Greetings from Columbia, South Carolina. This is Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School. It is your site for day number 2 of the Class 3A and 4A 2012 South Carolina Track and Field State Championships. Hello, everybody. I am Birch Antley, joined by Emerson Phillips. And Emerson, this is one of the most exciting events, championship-wise, here in the state of South Carolina. Toothpicks in the eyes, as you will not be allowed to blink whatsoever.
It's showcase day for track and field at the high school level here in South Carolina. We'll have about 11 hours of track coverage today here at Harry Perone on the campus of Spring Valley High School, and a real chance that it will be an historic day today, Birch. We've got Brandon Sanders from Dreher High School trying to become the first ever student athlete from South Carolina to win 4 consecutive state championships. He'll have that opportunity later this morning in both the 100 and 200 meter dashes, and we have got a host of outstanding talent in the field here today. We mentioned yesterday about 1,300 athletes competing in the state track championships this weekend, and we've got more than 160 different schools represented at this event. So we cover a lot of high school championships here on the SCHSL network, Birch, but there's nothing quite like the track and field because so many students and so many schools are involved.
Well, we will get it started. The girls will take the track first. We'll have the 4x100 meter relays when we return to Columbia, South Carolina, here on the South Carolina High School League Network.
Sure, yeah.
Greetings from Columbia, South Carolina. This is Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School. It is your site for the 2012 Class 3A and 4A State Track and Field Championships. This is day number 2. Hello, everybody. I am Birch Antley, joined by Emerson Phillips. Emerson, this is one of the most exciting events the South Carolina High School League puts on. In my opinion, it is fast, it is furious, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a showcase day for track and field at the high school level.
Greetings from Columbia, South Carolina. This is Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School. It is your site for the second day of the 2012 Class 3A and 4A State Track and Field Championships. Hello, everybody. I am Birch Antley, joined by Emerson Phillips. Emerson, this is one of the most fun events the South Carolina High School League puts on. It is fast, it is furious, it is a gorgeous day here in Columbia. I can't wait.
It's a showcase day for high school track and field here in South Carolina, Birch. We'll have about 11 hours of track coverage today here at Spring Valley High School in Columbia, and we've got about 1,300 student athletes participating this weekend. Better than 160 schools represented at the state track and field championship meet. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We've already seen 2 state records fall in day number 1. Could more fall here in day number 2? We will find out when the girls take the track first for the Class 3A and 4A 4x100 meter relays when we return to Columbia here on the South Carolina High School League Network. Well, welcome back to Columbia. Emerson, we are ready for the 3A girls 4x100 meter relay, and let's go ahead and take a look at our lane assignments.
Bright, sunshiny day here for the first event of day 2. We'll start in lane 1 with the Dolphins from Battery Creek. Gretchen Brown will run the first leg of this 4x100 meter relay. The Eagles from Airport High School running in lane 2. Brandy Sharber, their 11th grader, will run leg 1. The Berkeley Stags running out of lane 3, and it'll be Marissa Pinkney, the 11th grader from Berkeley, running this first leg. The Bobcat from Seneca, right there in the white top. For Seneca is Kendra Holland. She's in the 10th grade. The Dreher Blue Devils run out of lane 5. Jasmine Manning, another 10th grader, will run leg number 1. Lowell Richland High School with Imani Boatwright. She's a junior. She'll run out of lane 6 and handle this first leg for the Diamond Hornets from LR. The Union County Yellow Jackets run in lane 7. Demisha Norman, the 11th grader, will run the first leg. And the Purple Falcons from Darlington High School will run out of lane 8. And their 9th grader, Angel Gale, will run this first leg. Birch, it's 100 meters, 4 runners per school, and this race will last about 50 seconds. If you need to use the restroom or if you need to hit the refrigerator, you need to do it quick, because if you blink, this race will be over.
Indeed, and this event was won a year ago by Berkeley. They're the defending state champs in lane number 3. Seneca finished in 2nd place a year ago. They are in lane number 4, and Seneca posted the fastest qualifying time coming into the state championship at 47.87. Berkeley right behind him at 48.69.
Seneca, Dreher, Lowell Richland all figure to contend for this 4x100 meter relay. Seneca in lane 4, Dreher in lane 5, LR in lane 6. So we expect to see action in the middle of the track.
And on your screen from left to right, we go lane 8 through 1. And we are off and running here in the second day of the state championships, class 3A and 4A, the 3A girls 4x100. And here is the first baton exchange, and it is clean all the way around, and it looks like Union County with the early lead in lane number 7. The second baton exchange is clean as well here on the third leg, and ready for the anchor leg, and it looks like Seneca in lane number 4 is your clear-cut leader. It is Seneca, but here comes Dreher. Look out for Dreher. It is Seneca holding off Dreher, but it is a fast and furious charge at the end. Can Seneca hold off? It is going to be close. A photo finish. I think Dreher may have taken it.
Talina Washington from Seneca, stride for stride with Maria Johnson from Dreher. And it was Washington taking a spill as she crossed the finish line. Birch, you saw Dreher. I thought it was Seneca. We'll have to check the photo finish.
It was close, neck and neck. So let's take a look. Here are the official final results.
Tents are not allowed in the stands on the home side of the track where the finish line is. No tents are allowed there at all. Tents are not allowed up behind the bleachers on the finish line side. Tents are only allowed in the bleachers on the back straightaway and directly behind the bleachers on the back straightaway. Tents are not allowed under the arches at all. Anywhere around the arches, tents are not allowed. We have people coming around now asking you to move. Athletes and coaches, we will have results within mere minutes. We will have results just minutes after each race. And since everyone goes to the award stand, if you would come right behind the awards tent, we have a water station for you. You can get some water, and within just a couple of minutes, we'll get your awards to you and let you get on to your next event. So please come directly to the award stand.
All right, now we are ready for the 4A girls 4x100 meter relay. In lane number 1, it is the Silver Foxes of Dutch Fork, right side of your screen. And actually, they're going with the boys. They have changed up our program, Emerson. We were listed to go with the 4A girls, but instead it's going to be the 3A boys. So we've got Georgetown in lane number 1, Hartsville in 2, Crestwood in lane 3, Dreer in lane number 4, Brandon Sanders. This is his first of 4 events. He will be running the anchor leg for the Dreer Blue Devils, the defending state champs in this event. Greer in lane number 5, Darlington in 6, Wade Hampton in 7, Airport in lane number 8. Dreer posted the fastest qualifying time coming into this event at 41.93. Brandon Sanders, one of the fastest high school sprinters in the country, also in the world. There is Brandon right there, number 4 on his hip. He is a lot of fun to watch, and he has been winning state championships ever since the 9th grade.
Yeah, that's right. He's won 3 straight in the 100 and the 200, and in this event he'll run the anchor leg of the 4x100 meter relay for Dreer High School. Dreer won the event last year on the strength of Sanders and the rest of his team, and Dreer certainly figures to be the favorite in this race. They've got 10th grader Bradford Lemons running the second leg, and Lemons, a lot of folks are very excited about his prospects as a wide receiver in football, so Dreer's got some good talent on the track. Greer, however, beat Dreer in this event at a meet in Spartanburg back in April, but Sanders did not run that day in Spartanburg, so Dreer figures to be the favorite. Greer and Crestwood expected to contend in this event as well.
Yeah, Crestwood qualified with a time of 42.84. Nicholas Johnson, the sophomore, will be running the anchor leg for Crestwood. But again, all eyes will be on the anchor leg runner for Dreer High School, Brandon Sanders, a senior. One of the fastest high school sprinters in the country, coming into the state championship here in South Carolina, ranked number 1 in the nation and number 3 in the world.
That's exactly right. Number 1 in America, number 3 in the world for youth sprinters. That's under the age of 18. And, you know, regardless of what happens today, Birch, Brandon Sanders will go down as maybe the best sprinter in South Carolina history, and I think one of the top athletes ever to come out of South Carolina. The first of 4 events for him today. Of course, this is the team competition, the 4x100 meter relay.
Lane number 8, left side of your screen. Lane 1 to the right, and we are off and running. 3A boys class 4x100 relay. The first 100 meters in the books now as they make the first baton exchange. It is clean, and it is Airport with the early lead on the outside in lane number 8. Second exchange, a little miscue there for Airport in lane number 8. And with the lead now is Dreer. That is Bradford Lemons, who will hand off to Ricky Gradine. And Gradine is pulling away.
Sanders.
That's Sanders right, yes, on the anchor leg. And it is a cakewalk for the Dreer Blue Devils. And Brandon Sanders, another gold medal for Sanders. Highly decorated career, and the Dreer Blue Devils repeat as 3A boys 4x100 meter champions. Brandon Sanders, his first race of the day, is a gold medal performance along with his teammates. 41:45, their official time for the Dreer Blue Devils. Let's take a look now at your official results. For A girls 4x100 meter relay now, and Emerson, you've got our lane assignment starting with Dutch Fork in lane number 1.
Dutch Fork lane 1 with Ravine Golston, their senior, running leg 1, and then we'll have Lawrence High School in lane 2. Lane 3 will be the Knights from West Florence High School, and it'll be India Brown, the 10th grader, running leg 1. There's India from West Florence over into PD. Lane 4, wearing the purple, the Blazers from Ridgeview High School, just a few miles from us here at Spring Valley High School. Ridgeview's just down the road. Imani Belton, their 11th grader, will run leg 1. And over in lane 5, representing the Patriots from J.L. Mann High School, the blonde hair of Tiaja Vance. She's a 9th grader. Lane 6, Beaufort High School with Tiffany Robinson. Lane 7, Spartanburg and Shaquille Copeland. And lane 8 is Dorman High School with Kenesha Jones.
Ridgeview, the Blazers, won this event a year ago, and they are the favorite again this year, Emerson, as they clocked the fastest qualifying time at 47.99, and we are off and running in the first leg of the 4x100 4A girls state championship. A clean baton exchange all around. And coming out in front early is lane number 8, but J.L. Mann closing in, as well as Beaufort. Our third exchange here.
Birch, I think Ridgeview had trouble exchanging the baton
on
that first handoff. Now they do have a very strong closer.
This is where they'll make up the ground here as we head into the anchor leg. It's a good exchange. It's going to be close. It looks like coming out of lane number 5, J.L. Mann. Actually, yes, J.L. Mann, the Patriots, will take the state championship as Kelsey Hayward, the anchor leg along that back stretch. Ridgeview had some difficulty with the baton exchange, as you said, and look at the joy and excitement there from J.L. Mann and Kelsey Hayward as they win the 4x100 meter relay here in the Class 4A ranks. And let's take a look at your final official results.
Gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the boys 3A 4x100 meter relay. In 7th place, running 44.27, Georgetown. In 6th place at 44.09, Hartsville. In 5th place at 43.62, Wade Hampton. In 4th at 43.07, Crestwood. In 3rd place at 42.81, Darlington. Your runner-up at 42.39, Greer.
All right, now we're moving on along to the 4A boys 4x100 meter relay. We've got Dorman, the Cavaliers, the defending state champs in this event, running out of lane number 1. Wando in lane number 2. Greenwood in lane 3. Somerville in lane number 4. They posted the fastest qualifying time, the Green Wave, coming in with a time of 41.27. Richland Northeast in lane number 5. Spring Valley in lane 6. They finished second in this event a year ago. Stratford is in lane 7. And Northwestern out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, in lane number 8. And Emerson, you've got to think the favorites. Look out in lanes 4 and 5, Somerville and Richland Northeast, but also you've got Spring Valley and Greenwood that could contend as well.
Yeah, Somerville's got outstanding speed on this track team. Devon Anderson, a 10th grader, has been terrific this year. He's been one of the fastest runners in South Carolina this year. He'll run the opening leg for the Green Wave from Somerville. They do have the fastest qualifying time at 41.27 seconds. In fact, Birch, they are a full second better on qualifying time than every other team that is in this meet. The top 8 qualify, and Somerville a full second faster than everybody else in this 4x100 meter championship relay.
Yes, Emerson and Somerville, they also feature a sophomore, Darren Smalls. And here on the South Carolina High School League Network, we covered a Somerville football game back in the football season, and Darren Smalls intercepted a pass at the 1 yard line, went 99 yards in a flash. I have seen him. He is a blazer, and I believe he will be running the anchor leg for Somerville.
Birds, not only is Somerville maybe the fastest team in South Carolina, they have posted one of the fastest times in the nation in this event this year. Greenwood expected to contend as well. They will run out of lane 3, but everybody figures this is Somerville's race as we are early in the day here, day 2 of the South Carolina Track and Field State Championship meet.
That's in Richland Northeast. No stranger to this track here at Harry Perone Stadium. The Cavaliers could impress as well as they came in with a time of 42.21.
Right, and R&E will certainly contend here. Their lead, or their first leg runner, is another outstanding football player, wide receiver for the R&E football team, Shavarius Curry Felix, a very productive football player for the last couple of years.
And we are underway here in the 4A 4x100 meter relay. This event won a year ago by Dorman, but they lost a lot of speed due to graduation. Somerville is in lane number 4. Or check that lane number. Yes, lane number 4. And they are coming out strong early. Somerville looking really good here, Emerson.
Darren Smalls in leg 3 is giving them about a 7-meter lead.
Here we go with the anchor leg, and it is all Somerville right now. The Green Wave just blistering the competition right now. drowning everyone else in its wake. It is Somerville. Somerville, the Green Wave, as expected, and they post a time of 41:46, I do believe, for the Green Wave.
About 2/10 off of their qualifying time, but they were not pushed in this race. Burst, they got off to an early lead, and they cruised to the victory here in a 4x100-meter relay.
So congratulations to Somerville, winners of the 4x100. Let's take a look now at your official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand at this time, we have the girls 4A 4x100-meter relay. In 8th place, running 55.94, Spartanburg. In 7th at 49.43, Lawrence. In 6th at 49.32, Dutch Fort. In 5th place at 49.04, Dorman. In 4th at 49.03, Ridgeview. In 3rd at 48.98, Buford. Your runner-up at 48.81, West Florence. And your champions in the girls 4A 4x1 in 48.40, J.L. Mann. Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the boys 4A 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place, running 43.24, Greenwood. In 7th at 42.51, Stratford. In 6th place at 42.41, Wando. In 5th at 42.38, Spring Valley. In 4th place at 42.36, Northwestern. In 3rd at 42.20, Richland Northeast. Your runner-up at 42.14, Norman. And your state champions in the boys 4A 4x100 meter dash at 41.56, Somerville High School. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to remind everyone, hopefully not the athletes and coaches, but fans, Richland 2 is a non-smoking district. All facilities in our district are non-tobacco using, non-smoking. You are not to be smoking in this stadium today.
New runners. Nobody was in it.
.3A girls 100-meter hurdles. As the runners are getting set in the blocks, Sierra McCullough from Darlington in lane number 1, Telfair from Lower Richland in 2, McClintock, the freshman from Wade Hampton in lane 3, Edie from Cane Bay in lane 4, Brown in lane 5 from Battery Creek High School, Shakira Cook in lane 6 from Clinton High School, Bogachungo from Nation Ford in lane 7, and Desiree Davis, who finished 3rd in this event a year ago from Lower Richland in lane number 8. And they are off and running, and it looks to be in lane 5. Taking it, Gretchen Brown from Battery Creek. So the Dolphins of Battery Creek have their first gold medal as it comes from senior Gretchen Brown, who wins the 3A girls 100-meter hurdles. Let's take a look now at your final official results.
This is 4A girls is next. The boys have higher hurdles.
Four A girls now on the track in the blocks for the 100-meter hurdles in lane 1. Ridgeview, Westside is in lane 2, Buford in lane 3. J.L. Mann with runners in lanes 4 and 5, Rachel Letter and Kelsey Hayward. West Florence is represented in lane number 6 by a sophomore, Megan Cook. Dorman in lane 7 and Lexington in lane number 8. Rachel Letter, look out for her, Emerson in lane number 4. She finished 8th a year ago in this event, but she is the clear-cut favorite this year as she ran a qualifying time of 14.8.
Right, and the next fastest qualifying time is by her teammate who will run next to her, the 8th grader from JL Man. Kelsey Hayward ran the second fastest qualifying time at 15.07.
That's lane 8 on your left. Lane 1 now, bottom of your screen. Clear hurdles, and it is a tight race here coming down the finish. It is neck and neck for the final few meters. Who's it going to be? It is going to be JL Man, I believe. Rachel Letter in lane number 4. So how about that? Indeed it is. Rachel Letter in 1 year's time goes from finishing last to finishing first and capturing the gold medal in the 4A girls 100-meter hurdles. It goes to Letter for JL Man. Let's take a look at your final results now.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the girls 3A 100-meter hurdles. In 8th place, running 18:13 from Clinton, Shakura Cook. In 7th place at 18:12 from Nation Ford, Jokabed Bogan Joko. In 6th at 17:05 from Lower Richland, Desiree Davis. In 5th at 16:89 from Darlington, Sierra McCullough. In 4th at 16:82 from Lower Richland, Chelsea Telfair. In 3rd at 16:07 from Cane Bay, Ashley Eady. Your runner-up at 15:87 from Wade Hampton, Whitney McClintock. And your state champion in the girls 3A 100-meter hurdles, running 15:66 from Battery Creek, Gretchen Brown.
Now,
We're doing the 330-foot hurdles. Let's be honest.
All right, we'll stretch the hurdles out 10 more meters. It is the 3A boys 110-meter hurdles now. North Myrtle Beach in lane 1. In lane number 2, Wilson Wade Hampton out of Greenville in lane number 3. Marquise Robinson, the sophomore from Darlington, is in lane number 4. He finished third in this event a year ago, has posted the fastest time qualifying at 15:07. North Myrtle Beach also in lane number 5, Hartsville in lane number 6, Belton Honeypath in lane 7, and DeMonte Reed from Berkeley in lane number 8. And we are underway. Look out in lane number 4, Robinson from Darlington. Can he sprint forward? It is Robinson from Darlington in lane number 4, taking it to the line. Yes! Darlington and Marquise Robinson, the sophomore, wins the 110-meter hurdles. He finished third as a freshman in this event a year ago, and now he takes home the gold medal for Darlington. Nice race.
Won it in the last 40 meters, Birch. He had a little bit more to finish and really ran a strong race. Congratulations to Marquise Robinson, the 10th grader from Darlington.
All right, let's take a look now at your final official results here in the 3A boys 110-meter hurdles. All right, now it is time for the 4A boys here in the 110-meter hurdles. Spring Valley in lane 1, Buford in 2, Somerville in 3, Clover is in lane 4, Stratford in 5, Greenwood in 6, Buford with runners in lane 7 and 8 in Devontae Green and Randy Thomas. In lane number 3, Somerville's Devon Anderson, just a sophomore. He finished third in this event a year ago, and this is Devon Anderson's second race of this competition, as he and the rest of his Somerville Green Wave won the gold medal in the 4x100-meter relay earlier. It is lane number 5 pulling away. In lane number 5, Brandon Gordine from Stratford. Or I think it may have been lane 4, actually, Dennis Crawford from Clover. Indeed it is.
It was Crawford from Clover. And he did have the fastest qualifying time coming in. So a state championship for Dennis Crawford, the senior from Clover High School.
All right, that will do it for the 110-meter hurdles. Let's take a look now at your official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand we have the girls 4A 100. The girls 4A 100-meter high hurdle. In 8th place, running 16:39 from Lexington, Becky Fecta. We have a tie for 6th at 15:77 between Alicia Love of Ridgeview and Kelsey Hayward of JL Man. In 5th place at 15:76 from West Florence, Megan Cook. In 4th at 15:62 from Norman, Sharon Malone. In 3rd at 15:48 from Buford, Alexia Neal. Your runner-up at 15:25 from Westside, Tierra Terry. And your champion in the girls 4A 100-meter high hurdles at 15:03 from JL Man, Rachel Leader.
All right, it is time now for the short distance sprint events. We'll have the 3A girls 100-meter dash followed by the 4A girls, and then the boys will take the track in 3A and 4A. First up is Greer in lane number 1 here in the 3A girls 100 meters. Fairfield Central in lane 2. In lane 3, look out for Berkeley and Marisa Pickney. And also in lane 4, Chelsea Johnson from Wilson. Dreer in lane 5, followed by Seneca Airport and King Bay.
This is Chelsea Johnson from Wilson.
Chelsea Johnson, the sophomore, blazing her way to a state championship. She finished 4th in this event a year ago, and the sophomore hits pay dirt here on the track at Perone Stadium.
She just ran away. She finished 4th in this event last year as a freshman and comes back here in 2012 to take the 3A girls 100-meter state championship back to Wilson High School over in Florence. Great race.
Did it with an outstanding time of 12:13. So your champion, Chelsea Johnson. Now let's look at the rest of the finishers. All right, 4A girls now here in the 100-meter dash. Or actually the boys, I'm sorry, the 3A boys 100-meter dash. This is the race of the day here at Emerson Phillips.
I believe it is.
Let's go ahead and give you the lane assignments. Lee Wright from York in lane number 1. Oliver Chandler from Darlington in 2. Josh Hillian in lane number 3 from Airport. In lane number 4, Brandon Sanders, one of the fastest sprinters in America from Dreer High School, but he is going to get stiff competition from a sophomore right next to him in lane 5 from Lower Richland, Jalen Bacon. Adonis McBride from Wilson in lane 6, Donnell Blackstock from Georgetown in lane 7, and Rodriguez Flynn from Darlington in lane 8. Now, Brandon Sanders posted a qualifying time of 11:02, but how about that time from Jalen Bacon, the sophomore from LR? As he comes in 11:05.
11:05 for the 10th grader from LR in lane 5. And watch out in lane 8 for Rodriguez Flynn as well, the senior from Darlington. Birch, we've talked about Brandon Sanders a little bit, and I think it's certainly worth mentioning that he's a University of South Carolina track commitment. He'll run for Curtis Fry and the Gamecocks beginning in the fall. And I spoke with Danny Brooks, the head coach for the track team at Dreer High School, on the phone a couple nights ago, and he said that he would be surprised if Brandon Sanders is not on the U.S. Olympic team in 2016. Now, obviously, Brandon's got a lot of work to do between now and then, and it's very hard to speculate what will happen in the next 4 years. But based on the results that we've seen through 4 years of high school, Brandon Sanders is one of the elite sprinters in the country. Right now rated the #1 sprinter in America and #3 in the world, Birch.
Going for his 4th state championship, 4th consecutive state title here in this event, the 100-meter dash.
And that would be a first in South Carolina history. Nobody has ever won 4 consecutive state titles in the 100. Sanders with a chance to do that in this race, and he'll have a chance to do it again later in the 200 meters. A fine kid, great student, community service. Birch also very important for Brandon Sanders. He's extremely active with Harvest Hope Food Bank here in Columbia. He works with at-risk kids. He also reads to children, part of a program that Dreher High School has called Reading with Champions, where they read to kindergarten and preschool kids. And Brandon Sanders, a prominent figure in that program for Dreher High School. He's just been a model student athlete and really the poster child for what we like to see from our student athletes here in South Carolina.
So a false start to start this race, so they'll put him back in the blocks. Also, April 18th, 2012, on your calendars in the city of Columbia, it was Brandon Sanders Day, as decreed by Mayor Steve Benjamin and the Columbia City Council.
Yeah, Brandon said he thought it was a joke when he first heard about it. He thought somebody was pulling his leg, but City Council in Columbia recognized Brandon just a few weeks ago, and they want to thank him not only for what he's done for Dreher High School, but also for staying at home. He's going to run track at the college level right here in Columbia for the Gamecocks.
And as you said, he could very well be in Brazil in 2016 in the Summer Olympics, 2016 for the U.S. Olympic team.
It's a distinct possibility, Birch, and regardless of what happens in this race today and later on in the 200, Brandon Sanders has solidified his legacy in South Carolina high school track and field. The only question now is, will he finish his career with the 3 state championships in the 100, or will it be 4?
And Jalen Bacon, the sophomore from LR, is hoping that he can dethrone Brandon Sanders. We will see. The race is in lanes 4 and 5. We are off cleanly right now. There is no clear-cut leader. Here comes Brandon Sanders at the end. Brandon Sanders repeats as state champ.
Birch, we got to look at the speed from Sanders. I don't believe he got off to a good start in this race at all.
Not.
He stumbled out of the block ever so slightly. He had to make up ground. He was in 4th place after about 25 meters, and he just blew everybody's doors off the rest of the way. 4 for 4, a perfect high school career for that Dreher Blue Devil, Brandon Sanders.
And he does it in a time of 10:78. 10:78 for Brandon Sanders, the legend that he is, wins his 4th consecutive state championship in the 100 meters. He's got 2 more races to run. Let's take a look at how the rest of these runners finished here in the 3A 100-meter dash state championship.
In 4th place at 14:69 from Buford, Henry Jenkins. In 3rd place at 14:68 from Somerville, Devon Anderson. Your runner-up at 14:57 from Stratford, Brandon Gordine. And your champion in the 4A boys high hurdles at 14:48 from Clover, Dennis Crawford.
For a girls 100 meters now, Richland Northeast in lane 1, Gaffney in 2, West Florence in lane 3, Ridgeview in 4, lane 5 occupied by Blythewood. Dutch Fork is in lane 6 with the defending state champion, Raven Golston, the senior. James Island in lane 7 and Beaufort in lane number 8. Raven Golston won this event a year ago for the Silver Foxes of Dutch Fork. Let's see if she can repeat. She is in lane number 6, but she will face stiff competition from lanes 4 and 5. It is going to be close, but it looks like it is going to be Blythewood's Jenna Aston. Or was it Ridgeview? I think it was Ridgeview. Shakira Martin in lane number 4. Shakira Martin, the junior, will take the gold medal here in the 100 meters 4A girls. Let's take a look at how the rest of the field finished. How about those socks right there, Emerson? Gotta love those.
What is
Elmo.
Elmo socks.
And let's see who they belong to. They belong to Dorman, and they belong to
bold.
Terry Branson, the senior in lane number 6 here as we get ready for the 4A boys 100-meter dash. Clover in lane 1, Wando in 2, RNE in lane number 3. Michael Thomas from Somerville, he is your favorite in lane number 4. He finished 3rd a year ago, has already won a gold medal here today as part of Somerville's 4x100-meter relay team. William Heggs from Aiken, the sophomore in lane number 5. Watch out for him as well. And then Terry Branson, gotta love those socks. In lane number 6 from Dorman, Zach Taylor from Northwestern in lane 7, and Brandon Addison from Easley High School is in lane number 8.
Birch, we talked about Devon Anderson from Somerville, who is not in this race, but his teammate in the 4x100-meter relay earlier today, which was won by Somerville, is Michael Thomas, and those two have formed one of the top 2 sprinting tandems in the state this year. Michael Thomas wearing the green shorts with the white top. He will run out of lane 4 for Somerville High School. And another guy I like over here in lane 3 in the orange top is Shavarius Curry Felix from Richland Northeast. This will be lightning in a bottle here, Birch. If you blink, you'll miss half the race.
Yeah, fastest qualifying time posted by Michael Thomas in lane 4 from Somerville, 10:65. William Heggs from Aiken, the sophomore, with an outstanding qualifying time at 10:69. So we'll have to see if Heggs can make a charge as well. The Aiken Hornet, who is going to be to the right of Michael Thomas, or excuse me, to the left of Michael Thomas. And actually, he is to Thomas's right in lane 5.
Lane 2, a 9th grader, Kenny Waring from Wando. Birch, these are the 8 fastest sprinters in South Carolina in Class 4A. It is quite an accomplishment just to make it to the championship meet.
The 3A 100 meters won by Brandon Sanders with a time of 10:78. Here they come. It is going to be close at the end. It's going to be coming out of lane 7, I believe, or lane 2, rather. Oliver Chandler from Darlington.
I believe that's the 9th grader from Wando. I believe it was Kenny Waring from Wando,
That's
the 9th
right,
grader.
yes. You're right. Wando and Kenny Waring, the freshman in lane 2. I apologize. Was looking down at the 3A roster. So Wando's Kenny Waring, the freshman, takes it with a time of 10:73 here in the 100 meters Class 4A division. Let's take a look at the official results.
I don't feel like running a mile. Ran 5.2 of them in the mud run, but it was spread out as a quarter mile.
You see the one that
The Tough Rider,
something like that.
the one where they have like well, there's one that they have like electrified cages and rings of fire.
It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. I need a little more training.
They got to run up like a rope wall and stuff.
That's fun. That Ninja Warrior is fun to watch.
It's like 10 to 12 miles per run. Ninja Warrior.
No one's ever going to beat that new Stage 3 cliffhanger. It's been for the past 3 or 4 years. It's just, those things you got to go across with your fingers. But there's a jump. They got one now. You got to jump like 5 feet sideways to grab a little one. No one's ever done it.
No way. No way.
Nah, that one's shorter than the other blonde. God, that grill smells good. It's like 10 o'clock and I'm like, oh, hamburger. There's one right underneath us. We're like, it's like the smoke's actually forming those little finger things and going up our nose. Heck with that, it's hatched ready for a burger.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, because the girls 4A high jump in 8th place, jumping 4 feet 10 inches, Ashley Grant Short. In 7th place, jumping 5 feet 10 inches, Alexis Lee. In 6th place, jumping 5 feet 10 inches, shorter, Carmen Melissa. In 5th place, jumping 5 feet 2 inches from Somerville, Mishani Glover. In 4th place, jumping 5 feet 2 inches, Aisha Shrappen. In 3rd place, jumping 5 feet 2 inches from Lexington, Leticia. Runner-up, 5 feet.
And we are underway here in the 1,600-meter run for the 3A girls in lane number 1, Faith Leifer, who finished in 6th place a year ago, but she has the fastest qualifying time from Hilton Head Island. Caroline Dewar from Eastside in lane 2. Victoria Burdette, the sophomore from South Point, in lane number 3. Melissa Smith, the freshman from Fort Mill, is starting out in lane number 4. Elizabeth Dawson, the sophomore from Daniel, lane 5. Lillian Tribble in lane 6 from AC Flora. She is a senior. Sarah Falta, a junior from Daniel, beginning the race in lane number 7, and Heidi McNeil, the freshman from Darlington, started this race in lane number 8. Now this is the first of our middle distance runs here in the State Track and Field Championships, the 3A girls, 1,600 meters. So Emerson, 4 laps around this track here at Harry Perone.
4 laps around the track. You very much have to pace yourself in an event of this distance, and you know the field is much different from last year's, Birch. Last year we had Fort Mill finish first and second in this race, and they had a third runner finish 7th. This year Fort Mill has the one competitor, Melissa Smith, the 9th grader. Daniel has 2 runners, Elizabeth Dawson in the 10th grade and Sarah Falta in the 11th grade. And, you know, typically when we see these longer distance type of runs, we see more underclassmen, and we do have 2 freshmen in this race. Smith, the 9th grader from Fort Mill, and Heidi McNeil also wearing purple representing Darlington High School. So about 17 seconds, Bert, separating the fastest qualifying time turned in by Faith Leifer from Hilton Head, and the slowest qualifying time, which was turned in by Heidi McNeil from Darlington. But you know, race conditions, the weather, wind will have effect on the outcome of the race here. And I think all these girls want to do early in the race is stay close and try to keep something in the tank so you can make that kick and try to win yourself and your school a state championship. This is the 3A girls 1,600-meter run, 4 laps around the track, Birch.
As you see, leading right now, Caroline Dewar. She finished 3rd, as you said, a year ago at this track here at Harry Perone Stadium. And right beside her, Heidi McNeil, the freshman from Darlington High School, who started in lane number 8. And she's got that Lycra full body suit on, Emerson, and that's been a rule change that you can wear the long pants if you so choose. So she is the first runner that we have seen in this state championship wearing the long pants. The rest of the field prefers the lighter gear, the shorts and the top.
Only 2 of these runners competed in this event last year, Birch. Dewar from Eastside, who is your leader right now, finished in 3rd, and currently in 2nd place. Faith Leifer from Hilton Head finished in 6th place in this event last year. So I think, you know, having previous or past experience in this race certainly is going to help these 2 young ladies. It may be Dewar and Leifer all the way to the finish line.
They posted virtually identical qualifying times. Faith Leifer 5:25.65, and Caroline Dewar a second behind at 5:26.15. As you see, Darlington has dropped back into 4th place. South Point is in 3rd. Hilton Head in 2nd. Faith Leifer. And Eastside's Caroline Dewar still controlling this race. But Leifer is looking to forge ahead here. And it is Dewar and Leifer really pulling away from the rest of the pack.
South Point still there with Victoria Burdette, the 10th grader, but really some distance being opened up now as we are about halfway through lap 2 of 4.
And running pretty much stride for stride. Dewar from Eastside, the senior. She's in 1st, Leifer in 2nd. Leifer looking to push ahead here coming into turn number 3. To see if Leifer will take inside position. Nope, she's going to now have to go outside if she wants to overcome Caroline Dewar. We should have one more lap to go after this. And it is Dewar, Caroline Dewar, getting stronger now, opening up a wider lead. And that's it. That's the race, as Dewar is going to win it. So that was indeed the 4th lap. And boy, did she post a heck of a time. Just over 5 minutes for Caroline Dewar. She qualified at 5:26. She beat her qualifying time, Emerson, by, I would say, a good 20 seconds. But we'll have to take a look here at the official results. 3A boys now here in the 1,600-meter run. In lane number 1, the defending state champion from Daniel High School, Andre Ivankovic, who posted a seed time of 4:27.60. Ben Borma from Wade Hampton is in lane 2. Billy Cryer finished 4th in this race a year ago from St. James High School down in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. Nick Putnam, the junior from Dreer High School, in lane 4. Jack Manasatosis from Hilton Head Island in lane 5. Gabriel Howie, the sophomore from Daniel, in lane 6. Hardy Kate from AC Flora, the senior, in lane 7. And Drew Marshall, a senior from Fort Mill, in lane number 12. And Ivankovic ran in the 4x800 relay for Daniel in day number 1 of this state championship, 3A, 4A. And he won this event a year ago for Daniel. Right now you see in the lead Billy Cryer from St. James taking the early lead, followed by Manasiotis from Hilton Head Island, who's only a junior and is a very savvy and experienced runner here in the state championships. Hilton Head winning the overall team championship a year ago, and Hilton Head was just so dominant in the middle and long distance events.
Sure, yeah, it was their distance running that really helped them to that state championship a year ago, and they don't have quite as much depth in the distance runs as they did a year ago. They had 3 runners in this event last year, but this year it's only one, Jack Manisiotis, who came in 5th in this 3A boys 1,600-meter run last year.
Ivankovic now starting to make his move as we are 1 lap down. Ivankovic in the powder blue top with the gold shorts out of Daniel High School. He's a junior, won this event a year ago as a sophomore. One of the top distance runners in the state of South Carolina. And he is right there with Billy Cryer from St. James. And also Gabriel Howie from Daniel, the sophomore, right up there as well. So Ivankovic and his teammate Howie running in 2nd and 3rd place. Nick Putnam from Dreer looking good as well. 2 laps down now, so 2 remaining. This is a 4-lap race here in the 1,600-meter run for the 3A boys. And it is Howie now taking 1st place. And there's a nice move by Putnam to move into 2nd. Ivankovic has dropped back to 4th, and he's running in a pack right where I think Ivankovic wants to be, Emerson, because he is a strong finisher. The last 2 laps is when he will really turn up the heat. As you see Howie there leading the way, followed by Manasiotis from Hilton Head. And there is Ivankovic brushing ahead of Putnam for Dreer. Three laps down, 1 to go. As you hear the bell, this is the final lap. Let's see if Ivankovic will turn up the gas. You see him making a move there in turn number 2, and there he goes. Ivankovic takes the lead. Ivankovic with 1 orange shoe and 1 blue shoe. Distance runners are a little bit different from the rest of the athletic world. Ivankovic really starting to turn up the pace. Ivankovic just surging ahead now. Nobody's going to catch him.
Andre knows this is his race, Birch. He won the title in this event a year ago, and you know he's been thinking all year about making it back-to-back.
He's getting stronger.
For Daniel High School.
Ivankovic, 20-meter lead. Ivankovic is going to take his 2nd state championship with a time of about 4:21, maybe 4:22. Andre Ivankovic wins the state championship again, well off of that record pace that was set way back in 1984 by Terrence Harrington from Hartsville. But the winner here today, Andrei Ivankovic, repeats as state champion here in the 1,600 meters. Let's take a look now at the rest of the results.
Athletes, once again, we are doing the awards immediately after each event. We would like to do the girls 3A 1,600 meter run, but I think the girls just kept running right out of the stadium. We can't wait for you. We have too many awards to do during the day, ladies. You need to come straight to the award stand, please. We have these results out within mere minutes after your race. We have water right here at the
4A girls now here in the 1,600 meter run. Laura Miller from JL Mann with the fastest seed time. She's running in lane number 1. She's a junior. She finished 4th in this event a year ago. Anna Todd, who finished 2nd last year from Spartanburg, she is in lane number 2. Lucy Rumler from Wando running in lane number 3. Evie Tate, a junior from Spartanburg, in lane 4. Georgia Compton and Rosa Marie Compton. Got to think they might be sisters there, Emerson, both from Wando High School. Georgia is the junior running in lane number 5. Rosa Marie in lane number 6, the freshman. Emily Sanders from JL Mann in lane 7, and Anna Ferry from Wando in lane number 8. Now, in day 1 of the 4A state championship, Emerson, the Wando Warriors, the girls in the 4x800 meter relay, broke the existing state record, and on that state record setting team, Georgia Compton in the 4x800 relay. She is running in lane number 5 for Wando. She put together a nice seed time at 5:19 to qualify for the state championship, but the highest, or the best seed time rather, coming from JL Mann's Laura Miller with 5:16.74. But look at Anna Todd right there, Emerson, 5:16.77. So this really could be anybody's race here today.
It is, and we've only got 3 schools represented in this event, Birch. Wando has 4 competitors. Spartanburg has 2, and JL Mann has 2.
Yeah, Wando really benefiting in this event by having 3 competitors, because they're all trying to help every one of these individual runners, trying to help their overall school team score. And
right.
The more events you're entered in, the more points you can get.
That's exactly right. And, we have 8 competitors in each event. 10 points go to the school of the winner of each event. 8 points are awarded for second. 6 points for third. And then it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 as you go 4 through 8. So, if you have 4 competitors in an event like this and you can put 3 of them in the top 6, you're really going to pick up a lot of points for your school in trying to help them win the team championship. So a real advantage for Wando to have 4 runners in this 1,600 meter run for the 4A state title.
Spartanburg's Anna Todd with the early lead after 400 meters. After 600, still the leader, along with Laura Miller from JL Mann. So it is Todd, Miller, and Rumler from Wando. Rumler was also on that state championship winning relay team in day number 1 in the 4x800 meters. Rumler ran the anchor leg in that event. And again, Wando set the state record in day number 1 in the 4x800. We saw 2 state records fall in the 4x800 relay on the first day of this 3A, 4A state championship. The Wando girls in the 4x800 and 4A, and then the Lexington boys in the 4x800 relay, setting the state record. So 2 laps down now, 800 meters in the books, and extending her lead is Laura Miller from JL Mann. Falling back to third now is Anna Todd from Spartanburg.
I believe it's Emily Sanders from Man who has now moved into second. But everybody's still very tightly together here, Birch, and I think we'll see a similar finish to what we had with the boys. Everybody stayed together until the start of the final lap, and that was when Andre Ivankovic from Daniel began to pull away.
Look at the 4 red jerseys from Wando right together as Spartanburg has fallen back now. Anna Todd in the back of the pack. She is drifting farther back. Anna Todd, who posted the second fastest seed time, and she is really giving out of gas, and she is going to take herself out of the race. Anna Todd must have maybe pulled a hamstring, didn't see her acting like it was an injury, but something has gone awry with Anna Todd as she has pulled herself out of this race and is seeking medical attention. But pulling away with the lead is Laura Miller from JL Mann. She is a good 10 meters, maybe 15 ahead of Lucy Rumler from Wando, as we have 3 laps in the books now, 1,200 meters down. And this is going to be Laura Miller's race. Laura Miller with the final 100 meters to go. And I don't believe anybody's going to catch her. It is going to be Laura Miller from JL Mann. Wando will finish second and third. Rumler trying to surge ahead. But it is going to be JL Mann's Laura Miller winning this race. Wando will finish second and third. And hopefully Anna Todd will be A-OK as she drifted back due to some sort of injury, but a good race altogether, Emerson.
And Wando may have finished second, third, and fourth. We'll check the final results. State championship for Laura Miller, the junior from JL Mann.
Here are your final standings. All right, now the 4A boys' turn here in the 1,600 meters, and Roland Hakes will be in lane number 1 from Dutch Fork. He finished second in this event a year ago as a junior. This event was won last year by Drew Bering from Fort Dorchester. He is a senior in lane number 2. Tony Morales in lane 3 from Lexington. Brett Freed from Spartanburg in lane 4. Eric Wendt from Lexington in lane 5. Zach Langston from Lexington in lane 6. Chris Strafford is in lane number 7 from Dutch Fork. And Wren has Aaron Gambrell in lane number 8. There is Aaron, the junior. So Lexington with 3 runners in this event, Dutch Fork with 2. But this race, you've got to watch out for Roland Hakes and Drew Bering. They finished 1 and 2. Bering, the defending state champ, a year ago. Bering outlasted Roland Hakes from Dutch Fork.
Beating by 7/100ths of a second, Birch. Beating by a nose. And you know that has not set well with Roland Hakes this year. Hakes is much improved. His times are much better this year than they were a year ago. In fact, Hakes from Dutch Fork comes in with a qualifying time that is more than 4 seconds better than everyone else in this field. So I think, Roland lost the championship in the 1,600 last year to Drew Bering from Fort Dorchester by such a slim margin, and you would have to believe that has served to motivate him throughout the all-season and all the way leading up to this weekend's state championship track meet.
Yeah, and Hakes has come out of the off the starting line, establishing the pace early. He says, this is going to be my race. Everybody else is going to have to follow me. You know, a lot of times you see the top distance runners, they like to start out kind of in a group or in a pack. And Roland Hakes just taking that Steve Prefontaine mentality, saying, I'm going to establish the pace, catch me if you can, and I'm going to make you earn it.
Birch, I mentioned I spoke with Danny Brooks, the head track coach from Dreer, and Coach Brooks gave me an overview of nearly all of the 80-plus events that we'll see on the SCHSL network this weekend for the track and field state championship meet. And Coach Brooks told me that this is Roland Hakes' race to win. He's the man to beat here in 4A boys 1,600 meters, and you know that's saying something when the defending state champion is in the field as well.
Yeah, and Coach Brooks from Dreer High School, he is the Encyclopedia Britannica of high school track and field in the state of South Carolina. He can tell you about every single participant in this state championship. And, boy, he is a resource and a great asset for track and field and just a wonderful ambassador for the sport here in the state of South Carolina and is known throughout the country, of course, coaching Brandon Sanders to 4 state championships in the 100-meter dash. And Brandon Sanders will have more opportunities here today, but right now it is Roland Hakes who has established the pace through 800 meters.
Fort Dorchester's Drew Bering, you know, not far behind here, and we got a couple of Lexington runners. I believe it's Lexington in third.
Yeah, Lexington in third, fourth, I do believe. But Roland Hakes right there, the senior who finished behind Drew Bering in a photo finish a year ago, has really established the pace, but looks like he is losing some ground right now. I believe Bering making a little push, followed by Zach Langston, the sophomore from Lexington. Let's see if Bering can turn it on here. Hakes still holding off the challenge. And we will have 400 meters remaining in this race for the state championship in the 1600 in the Class 4A boys division.
Roland Hakes still looks strong, Birch. He lost a little bit of the lead on the third lap, but now here on the fourth lap, I believe he's starting to extend the advantage. It's out to 15, approaching 20 meters now.
Here comes Bering as he moves past the right elbow of Zach Langston, the sophomore from Lexington. Can Bering turn it on here coming up on the final 150 meters? There is Bering and Langston rather. Langston trying to grit it out and pass Bering. 100 meters to go for the state championship. Can Roland Hakes hang on? Does he have enough gas left in the tank? I think he does. Langston is going to blow by Bering, and now Bering moves past. It is going to be Roland Hakes winning the state championship. Bering finishes in second place. Wire to wire goes Roland Hakes. He established the pace right from the gun, and he will claim the state championship here in 2012. The senior from Dutch Fork is your state champion with the gold medal. Now let's take a look at the final results. We've got the 3A girls 400-meter dash now, Emerson. And Mr. Phillips, you've got our lane assignments here for this race.
Started off with Shay Freisen, the 11th grader from Greer High School. In lane 2, it's Daniel with junior Amanda Trapp. And in lane 3 from Seneca High School, Kendra Holland. Kendra's in the 10th grade. Another 10th grader, and the favorite in this race, running out of lane 4, representing Greer High School, is Takira Jenkins Dodd. Qualifying time 2 seconds better than everybody else in this field. It's 3A girls 400-meter dash. Takira Jenkins Dodd from Greer, running out of lane 4. In lane 5, representing Lower Richland High School, is the junior Imani Boatwright. Lane 6 from Hartsville High, Lavisha McLean. She is in the 11th grade, and the only freshman in the race will run out of lane 7, representing LR. It's Imani Lloyd. And running out of lane 8 from Marlborough County High School over in Bennettsville, South Carolina, it's Justice McLaughlin. She is in the 11th grade. Birch, we expected Seneca, Wade Hampton, LR, Dreer, all to battle for the 3A girls team title, and they're all represented in this 400-meter dash. So, you know, the results of this one race could go a long way toward determining the final standings for the team championship for 3A girls.
Yeah, one complete trip around this track here at Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School. And as you said, the favorite in lane 4, Takira Jenkins Dodd, the sophomore out of Greer. As a freshman, she competed in the state championship a year ago at this track here at Harry Perone Stadium. She finished in 5th place. And Imani Boatwright, the junior from Lower Richland, also qualified for the state title a year ago. She finished in 7th place. So Takira Jenkins Dodd from Greer, Imani Boatwright from Lower Richland, and Seneca's Kendra Holland. They're your 3 favorites, but as we know and as we have seen, Emerson, a lot of times these qualifying times do not equate to a state championship.
That's
we can
true.
see somebody who may have sandbagged a little bit in the upper state or lower state qualifier to get into the state championship race and take it out of lane 8. We have seen that before.
I would agree. Qualifying times can be overrated, but it is certainly a gauge, you know, of what these competitors did last weekend. The qualifying meets were last weekend at various locations around the state of South Carolina, and it does give you a bit of a gauge of what could happen in the race. But track conditions are different, Birch. Weather is different, and all that contributes to how the race turns out.
So we're nearing the halfway point in this race here. The first 200 meters, and leading it right now in lane number 4. That is Takira Jenkins Dodd, the sophomore from Greer. Let's see if she can hold on coming down the back straightaway for the final 100. It is Greer and Takira Jenkins Dodd pulling away from the pack. It is Greer and Dodd. Jenkins Dodd will win the state championship with 10 meters to go. There is nobody near her, and that is a gold medal performance for Greer, and Takira Jenkins Dodd, the sophomore, wins the state championship in the 400 meters. Here's a look at the rest of the finishers and the final results.
Boys 4A high jump. In 8th place, jumping 6 feet 2 inches, him from Harvard. In 7th place, jumping 6 feet 2 inches from Beaufort, Martin, Washington. In 6th place, jumping 6 feet 2 inches from Spring Valley, Malik Wilson. In 5th place, jumping 6 feet 4 inches from Lugol, Belgium, Brandon Brown. We have a tie for 3rd place at 6 feet 4 inches between Hillcrest Wesley Edwards and Dorman's Xavier Hillings. Your runner-up at 6 feet 6 inches from Lexington, Tarquan West.
Now the 3A boys here in the 400 meters. We've got Miles Levy, the junior from South Point High School, who will run out of lane number 1 in the red. Dante Fleming, the junior from Greer, will be in lane number 2. And we'll have Bradford Lemons from Dreher High School in lane number 3. Rodriguez Flynn posted the fastest qualifying time at 49:17 out of Darlington. He's a senior, and he is running in lane number 4. Beside him will be Marcus Edmond, who finished runner-up in this race a year ago from Lower Richland. He posted a qualifying time of 49:30, and Marcus is running in lane number 5. Desmond Bonaparte from Hilton Head. He is a senior in lane number 6. Jalen Bacon, the young sophomore, we saw him earlier in the day in the 100 meters running against Brandon Sanders, who won his 4th state championship in a row in that event. Jalen Bacon, the sophomore from LR, is in lane number 7. And Eric Goings from Myrtle Beach, the senior, in lane number 8.
Well, keep your eyes on the middle of the track for the most part here, Burge. Flynn from Darlington has the fastest time in the state this year. He runs in lane 4. Bradford Lemons and Lemons running in lane 3, and Jalen Bacon, make it Marcus Edmond from LR in lane 5. Lemons and Edmond have battled all year. In fact, Lemon won the region championship, but Edmonds won the qualifier last week, and Marcus Edmonds in lane 5 for LR, also the starting quarterback for the Lower Richland High School football team. So, those two will try to find a way to catch Rodriguez Flynn from Darlington. Should be a good race here. 3A boys, 400-meter dash, state championship.
And, of course, these teams are going for the overall team state championship as well. Dreher, Lower Richland, Hilton Head. So this is a very important race for the overall standings.
It is, Birch. Dreher had 12 slots in the championship meet. Darlington has 11. LR and South Point have 10, and Wade Hampton has 9. So a slight edge for Dreher, being that they have more slots in the various championship meets that we're running today.
Now we've got a false start. It almost sounded like a misfire from the starter. But we will go back to the blocks.
Well, he fires it once, and if it's a bad start, he fires it a second time to bring everybody back to the start line.
So we will do it again.
Lemons.
Yeah, now if that happens again, he will be DQ'd.
Yeah, teaching opportunity for the track official there to come over and talk with Bradford Lemons, just a 10th grader, and explain to him what happened there so that there's no confusion and so that Bradford can learn from it and try not to repeat the same mistake. So good work by the official to come over and explain why that false start was called.
Yeah, once you're set in the blocks, you cannot move. Even if you bob a head or lift a shoulder or turn an elbow in, they're going to get you.
I mentioned Lemons, top wide receiver prospect, just a 10th grader, but Dreher High School football has been in need of a boost in recent years. They think Lemons may be able to give it to them at the wideout position this fall, Birch.
Here we go as they approach the near straightaway. And right now it's going to be lane 8, or lane 7 rather, with the lead, Jalen Bacon from Lower Richland. But now pulling ahead, surging forward, is Marcus Edmond from Lower Richland. And Edmond will take the lead going to the back straightaway, the final 100 meters. It is Edmond from Lower Richland. Can he hold on? It is Edmond from Lower Richland, but here comes a charge from Dreher. A big charge from Dreher down the back straightaway. Bradford Lemons.
Lemons and Edmond to the wire.
It's going to be Edmond. Edmond leading across the finish line first. So Bradford Lemons will finish in second place. And Marcus Edmond, who finished a runner-up a year ago, takes the crown here in 2012 in the boys 3A 400 meters. State championship for Lower Richland's Marcus Edmond. Here's a look at the rest of the results. All right, now the 4A girls 400 meters. And Emerson has our rundown here with the lane assignments for the ladies in Class 4A.
4A girls 400-meter dash. Faith Calloway out of Colleton County High School. Calloway's a 10th grader. She'll run in lane 1. And it will be Ariana Pierre, a junior from Wren High School, in lane 2. Lane 3 is Lee Fair from Gaffney High School. She's in the 11th grade. Next to her in lane 4, another 11th grader, Sarah Johnson from South Aiken High School. Riley Egbula, 9th grader from Hillcrest, running in lane 5. And then from Blythewood High School, lane 6, Brianna Presley in the 10th grade. Another 10th grader, Courtney Bradley from T.L. Hanna in lane 7. And in lane 8, Jalen McDowell, senior from Lawrence High School. Fastest qualifying time belongs to South Aiken's Sarah Johnson in lane 4, about a second faster than everybody else in the field, Birch.
Yeah, and she finished 3rd a year ago in the state championship as a sophomore. Sarah Johnson, there she is right there with the yellow top and the burgundy bottoms. So she is your favorite, as you said, Emerson. She comes into this state championship race with the fastest qualifying time at 57:39. And, this is the first South Aiken thoroughbred that we have seen in the state championship. And you would think with a mascot like the Thoroughbreds that South Aiken would be loaded in track and field. But, surprisingly, Sarah Johnson is the first South Aiken representative that we have seen.
That's true. And, there are occasionally schools that bring only one athlete to the state track and field championships. And that's what we like about this event, Birch.
As we'll see virtually almost every school out of the South Carolina High School League membership represented here at Spring Valley's Harry Perone Stadium.
Just about, yeah. We've got over 200 high schools in South Carolina, and about 160 of them are represented in some way, shape, or form. They have at least one participant in at least one event this weekend. So Sarah Johnson appears to be carrying the South Aiken girls track flag on her own this weekend, Birch. But she finished 3rd in this race last year, and she will be the favorite here in the 4A girls 400-meter dash.
Yeah, Faith Calloway, the sophomore from Colleton County, and that's the first competitor that we have seen from Walterboro's Colleton County High School. Also, first time we have seen a runner from Hillcrest, and that's Riley Egbula, the freshman in lane number 5. She posted a outstanding qualifying time as well, 58:38. But all eyes are on lane number 4 with Sarah Johnson, the junior from South Aiken High School.
Yeah, and I believe Callaway is our first runner from Colleton County also, Birch, although Colleton County has got a state record setter in a couple of the field events, which we're not showing you this weekend. But I wanted to mention Jalissa Green from Colleton County. She set a new state record in the shot put, and she was also the favorite to win the discus as well. So a terrific track and field athlete, Jalissa Green from Colleton County, not featured on this weekend's coverage, but certainly worthy of mention.
Great crowd here on hand at Harry Perone Stadium in what is a beautiful sun-splashed day here in the capital city of Columbia. You could not ask for a better day weather-wise for this state track and field championship here, the 2012 edition. We've got the runners that are set and ready to go, but the starting official is not ready yet, and I believe that's because we had some action.
We had a pole vaulter trying to set a state record on the other end of the track, Birch, and that's another great thing about the track. You got the long jump going on, you got the pole vault on the other end of the field, and you have some type of event going on the track all at once. So there's a lot of action, and I believe they waited for the start of this race for the pole vaulter to try to break the state record.
And that's also wonderful that all the officials here are so tied in that they can relay down to the track clerk and say, let's not start this yet because we have a potential state record that is going on. With the lead early, it is lane 6, but that is going to change here as we come around turn number 3 into the back straightaway, and now this is where we see Sarah Johnson do her thing. Johnson, 100 meters to go, and Sarah Johnson separates herself from the field. The South Aiken Thoroughbred going for a state championship, but she's feeling some pressure right now as well.
Lane 3,
coming
Leah
off
Fair.
of her right shoulder and now coming off to her left shoulder. Sarah Johnson is not going to be able to hang on.
I believe it was 3. I believe it was Fair from Gaffney.
Leah Fair, the Gaffney Indian, wins the state championship, the junior. She wins your state championship. And let's take a look at how the rest of the field fared in this race. A boys now here in the 400 meters. Last year this event was won by Akeem Smalls from Beaufort High School, and he was a junior a year ago, but he is not entered in this race here in 2012.
Birch, this might be the best race of the weekend here. We have 4 runners who have all been within about a second of one another throughout the course of the track and field season. So
yeah, this one could go to virtually anybody.
We're really expecting a tight race here in the 400-meter state championship run. Lexington with Curtis Walker, as well as Bradley Gibson and Terrell Simmons from Spring Valley.
As we're going over the lane assignments, Harris from Stratford in 1, DeAndre Daniels from Goose Creek is in lane 2. Another Goose Creek runner, Kelby Bryant, the senior, is in lane 3. And now you have Walker, Curtis Walker from Lexington, who is a part of the Wildcats state record-setting 4x800 meter relay team in day number 1. There you see Curtis Walker from Lexington, who has the fastest seed time at 48.84. Jared Jeter from Greenwood is in lane 5. Bradley Gibson from Spring Valley in lane 6. Terrell Simmons, also a Viking from Spring Valley, in lane 7, and Zach Taylor from Northwestern in lane number 8. And as you said, Emerson, you've got runners from lane 2 all the way down to lane 7 that were qualifying at times of 48 seconds, 49 seconds, and then Dominic Harris from Stratford in lane 1 and Zach Taylor from Northwestern in lane 8, 50 seconds. So
it's going to be a tight race. Jeter in lane 5, representing Greenwood, was runner-up in this event last year. And in the lane next to him today will be Bradley Gibson from Spring Valley, who finished 3rd in this event last year. Last year's winner, Akeem Smalls from Beaufort, is not in the field this weekend. So we're going to have a new state champion in the 4A boys 400-meter dash, and we're expecting a very tight race, Birch. We could have as many as 4 runners neck and neck over the last 10 meters of this race.
I think anything under 49 seconds will win this race. Possibly it's going to take under 48. We could see that established here. But again, you've got to be looking at the middle of the track for your potential champion. And that could come from lane 3, Kelby Bryant, lane 4, Curtis Walker, Jared Jeter in lane 5, or Bradley Gibson in lane number 6.
State championship, the state meet record set back all the way back in 1989 by Antoine Maybank from Georgetown, 46.67 seconds. And I think that state record is likely to remain intact.
Possibly for a long time.
Yeah.
Runners in the blocks, they are set to go, and we are underway here in the 4A 400 meters. As they take turn 2. And now coming into turn number 3, this is where the moves will be made. And look out in lane number 4, Curtis Walker. Curtis Walker in lane 4. Will he kick it in here into the final 100?
Walker in 4, Jared Jeter in 5.
It is Jeter pulling away. Jared Jeter pulling away from Walker. Jared Jeter looking strong from Greenwood High School. And Jeter will take the state championship as he edges Curtis Walker from Lexington. And you see the emotion on the face of Jared Jeter, the senior. What a way to go out. In his senior year, he wins the state championship after finishing second place a year ago. Now let's take a look at the final numbers.
In third at 57.08 from South Aiken, Sarah Johnson. Your runner-up at 56.56 from Gaffney, Leah Fair. And your champion in the girls 4A 400 at 56.55 from Hillcrest High School, Riley at 11 feet even. From Somerville, Haley Schuler. In third at 11 feet 6 inches from Burns, Morgan Allen. Their runner-up at 12 feet even. From Wanda, Sarah Lee. And your champion, missing a state record by only 1 inch, vaulting 12 feet 6 inches, from Buford, Madeline Oni. Congratulations, ladies.
All right, we've got the hurdles out on the track now. The 3A girls 400-meter hurdles. In lane number 1, Lower Richland, Seneca is represented in lane number 2. Darlington, lane number 3. AC Flora in lane 4. Bluffton in lane 5. Eastside running out of lane 6. Dreer is in lane 7. And Greer in lane number 8. And Emerson, the fastest seed time by 5 seconds, better than the rest of the field. AC Flora's Jody Bird, she is in lane number 4. She qualified with a time of 1 minute 5 seconds. The rest of the field, 1 minute 10 seconds.
Right, and Bird from AC Flora finished runner-up a year ago. So you know she's had her sights set on this event all year. And she is ready to take flight, Birch, here in the 400-meter hurdles.
Yeah, the AC Flora Falcons out of Forest Acres, a city apart from Columbia, South Carolina. And we've got an 8th grader from Greer in lane number 8, Tiara Mack. So Tiara Mack from Greer trying to establish her career early. She is in lane number 8. Now, you also have to keep in mind that Sierra McCullough, very good hurdler in lane number 3 out of Darlington, and also Johnny Gaston in lane 5, the sophomore from Bluffton down near Hilton Head, South Carolina. And this is the first runner we have seen from Bluffton High School, so the first Bobcat of the event on the track.
You mentioned McCullough from Darlington in lane 3. She finished 7th here last year. Bird off to a quick start here, Birch.
And these runners will have to navigate 6 hurdles. And it is Bird getting off to an outstanding start here on the near straightaway.
She hit the last hurdle.
And it did not go down. It is Bird looking strong out of lane 4 from AC Flora, the senior. Coming down to the final 100 meters. Only 2 more hurdles to go. And it is Bird pulling away, still looking strong. Nobody is going to catch her. The AC Flora Falcon is going to win the state championship in her senior year. Jody Bird crosses the finish line first with a time just under her qualifying time, around 1 minute 4 seconds. So Jody Bird, the senior, wins the gold medal here in the 3A girls 400 meters. Here's a look at your final standings. All right, we're going to move on now to the 4A girls 400-meter hurdles. We'll have Westside in lane number 1, Beaufort running out of lane number 2, West Florence in lane 3, Ridgeview in lane 4, JL Mann with runners in lanes 5 and 6, Kelsey Hayward in lane 5, the 8th grader Rachel Letter, who has already won a state championship earlier today. She is in lane number 6. She is a senior. Another 8th grader from Stratford High School, Destiny McKnight in lane 7. Sharon Malone, a junior from Dorman in lane 8. Two sophomores in this race. Michaela Kelsey from Westside in lane 1. Megan Cook from West Florence in lane number 3. Beaufort has Alexia Neal, a senior, in lane 2. And Ridgeview's Ashley Love with the fastest qualifying time in lane number 4 with a time of 1:05.40. But right behind her, the 8th grader Kelsey Hayward from JL Mann.
Yeah, we have 2 8th graders in this race. Hayward from JL Mann in lane 5. Destiny McKnight from Stratford in lane 7. And you mentioned Letter, also from JL Mann. We believe she won the 100-meter hurdles in a very close finish earlier this morning.
And JL Mann has accumulated some good points in the overall team standings as well.
They have Letter with the victory in the 100-meter hurdles. Leader, thank you. It's pronounced Leader. Rachel Leader from JL Mann won the 100-meter hurdles.
And we are off and running, a clean start here in the 4A girls.
Laura Miller also won the 1,600-meter run for JL Mann.
JL Mann has done very well in the overall standings so far here in this state championship. Looking good is Alicia Love in lane 4 from Ridgeview as she is starting to establish the pace and pull away. Lane 4 is Alicia Love, the senior from Ridgeview, who posted the fastest seed time at 1:05 and some change. Coming around the final turn into the final 100 meters along that back straightaway. And it is all Alicia Love from Ridgeview, but she's starting to feel some pressure.
Neal from Beaufort.
Yeah, she is going to overtake her. It is going to be Alexia Neal.
It's Megan Cook from West Florence, Birch.
That's right, Megan Cook from West Florence coming down the final 25 meters. Overtakes Alicia Love from Ridgeview. So Megan Cook, the sophomore from West Florence High School, wins the state title in the 400 meters. Let's take a look at the official times. All right, Emerson, we'll move on along now. 3A boys, 400 meters. Why don't you take us through our lane assignments here?
Started off with Berkeley High School running in lane 1 with senior DeMonte Reed. Lane 2 is Wade Hampton, 10th grader Brian Poe. Lane 3 from Belton Honeypath, Jermail Turner. Lane 4 from Crestwood High School is junior Raheem Benjamin. Lane 5 from North Myrtle Beach, the Chief, the junior Marshawn Scott. Lane 6 will be Pickens High School from the upstate, senior Hunter Harkins. And in lane 7 from Darlington High School, sophomore Marquise Robinson, who won a state title earlier today. And in lane 8 from Lower Richland High School, senior Jeremiah Tate.
So for the first time in this state championship, we will see a runner from Belton Honeypath, a bear from BHP up in the upstate near Anderson. And also the first time we see someone representing Pickens High School, also from the upper state over in the golden corner of South Carolina.
And I mentioned Marquise Robinson from Darlington, the winner of the 110-meter hurdles in Class 3A. So Marquise has already picked up a state title today for Darlington High School. And it's a big day in Darlington, Birch. The Southern 500 will take place later tonight.
So a lot of speed coming from Darlington this weekend.
As expected.
On both tracks. And this is a wonderful facility here at Harry Perron Stadium. Spring Valley High School, Richland County School District 2, and a wonderful crowd on hand here as we have a full day of track events for you here on the South Carolina High School League Network. This is the 3A and 4A state championship. We'll also have the Class A and Class 2A championships later in the day and into the evening. All right, the fastest qualifying time, that belongs to Crestwood's Raheem Benjamin. Look out for him in lane number 4. Also, Jermel Turner in lane 3, who finished third in this event a year ago, and we've got a false start. A false start. Not sure who that was charged against. I did not see the signal from the starting official. But again, look out in lane 4. That's Raheem Benjamin from Crestwood. Also lane 3, Jermel Turner from BHP. In lane 5, Marshawn Scott, the junior from North Myrtle Beach High School. And a clean start this time. We're underway here in the 3A 400-meter hurdles. As the runners approach the near straightaway here. And it is lane number 6, Hunter Harkins from Pickens with the early lead. Also Jeremiah Tate from Lower Richland is right there. Now they'll make the turn. Let's see if one of the inside lanes will be able to make that push now.
Harkins still the first man over the last hurdle.
Now
but
Harkin
Benjamin closing
lose
from
some ground.
Crestwood.
Yes, it is Raheem Benjamin from Crestwood, but boy, Harkins still looking good. Hunter Harkins looking excellent coming out of that outside lane in number 6. Can he hold off? It's going to be a photo finish. I don't know who got it. They were right there together, as you see Hunter Harkins just giving it all he has. What'll be enough for a state championship? Let's take a look at the official times and find out. All right, 4A boys, 400 meters now. We've got Isaiah Lewis in lane number 1, a sophomore from Hillcrest. Dennis Crawford from Clover High School, a senior. He is in lane 2. And Emerson, he won this state championship on this track a year ago. J.C. Almas from Owando High School is in lane 3. Matthew Lights, who competed in this championship a year ago from Greenwood, he has the fastest qualifying time in lane number 4 with a time of 56:33. Brandon Gordine from Stratford is in lane number 5. Josh Raymond from Dorman is in lane 6. Henry Jenkins from Buford High School in lane number 7. And Northwestern has Jared Belasco, the junior, in lane number 8. There you see Jared Belasco. Northwestern's track uniforms, they look like a bunch of bumblebees out there.
They do, the purple and gold, and all eyes will be on Dennis Crawford, your defending champion, representing Clover High School in lane 2, and he won the 110-meter hurdles for Class 4A earlier today.
We are in the blocks and ready to go. That's lane 8 on the left of your screen. To the right, going down to lane number 1.
Crawford, the defending champ, Birch, but there are 4 runners, 4 hurdlers in this event with faster qualifying times than Dennis Crawford.
As they approach the near straightaway here. Early lead, of course, being posted in the outside lanes in 7 and 8. But look out for lane number 4, Matthew Lights from Greenwood. Matthew Lights in lane number 4 should have the lead when we make this turn. This is when the inside position gets the advantage.
Yeah, Lewis from Hillcrest in lane 1 running a very strong race.
So is Crawford in lane 2. But it is right now Isaiah Lewis in lane 1 trying to push forward and overtake Matthew Lights, but Lights is pulling away. And Greenwood has a state championship. Matthew Lights in lane 4 is your state champion. He came up short a year ago, but he is in first place here in 2012. Now let's take a look at the rest of the official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the award stand, we have the girls 4A discus thrower. In 8th place, throwing 87 feet 5 inches from Spartanburg, Leah Young. In 7th at 107.2, JL Man Jasmine Manigault. In 6th, at 111 feet 8 inches from Spring Valley, Chantasia Joseph.
Time now for the 3A girls 800-meter run. And Emerson, we've got 2 trips around this track here at Harry Perone Stadium. We've got Lower Richland in lane 1, followed by Wade Hampton. East side, Wade Hampton with a runner in lane 4. Hilton Head Island in lane 5. Dreer with runners in 6 and 7. And Wilson with a runner in lane number 8. And right now, with the lead in lane number 1, Amani Boatwright from Lower Richland High School.
Keep an eye on Caroline Dewar from East Side in blue. She won the 1,600-meter state championship earlier today, and she was runner-up in this event last year. Also, Essence Jackson from Wilson High School.
And surprisingly, Wando, which won the 4x800-meter relay in day number 1 and also set a state record, they do not have a runner in this event.
Essence Jackson from Wilson came in 3rd last year. In fact, we had 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th place finishers from last year's race.
And I need to correct
in
myself.
This event.
Wando is Class 4A, and we're here in the Class 3A, so we will see some runners from Wando coming up in the next race. But yeah, Caroline Dewar has already won a state championship, and she is in 2nd place right now, following Lower Richland's Amani Boatwright. We've got 400 meters in the books. And Amani Boatwright in the lead, followed by Dewar and Rachel Friend from Hilton Head. Amani Boatwright still leading with 150 meters to go.
Lead is shrinking, however, Birch.
Yeah, Dewar is putting on the pressure. So is the runner from Hilton Head. Or that is one of the Wade Hampton runners, I do believe. Yes, indeed, it is London Miller from Wade Hampton making a push. But Amani Boatwright will hang on, and Amani Boatwright will win the state championship for Lower Richland. Finishing 2nd is London Miller. Caroline Dewar crosses the finish line in 3rd place. So the state championship going to Amani Boatwright from Lower Richland High School. Now here's a look at the official times. All right, Emerson Phillips. Let's move on now. 3A boys, 800 meters, and you can take us right through our lane assignments here, 2 laps around this track.
All right, we'll start it off with the stallion from South Point High School, Jamal White, senior from South Point, running in lane 1. There's Jamal. Over in lane 2 from Wade Hampton is 10th grader Chris Oakes. Lane 3 is Myrtle Beach's Eric Goings, who finished 3rd in this race last year. Travelers Rest, Jordan Ferguson in 4. Bluffton, Demetrius Smalls in 5. Fort Mill, Sam Van Buskirk in 6. Dreer High School with Nick Putnam in lane 7. And it is Hilton Head with Matthew Alex Couch running out of lane 8. But as soon as they complete that first turn, Birch, everybody converges into the first 2 or 3 lanes.
Yeah, and with the lead right now, Demetrius Smalls out of Bluffton, who started this race out of lane number 5. Now the fastest qualifying time belongs to Jamal White from South Point, coming in just under 2 minutes. There is Jamal in the red and gray. So right now the lead is for Smalls, followed by Jamal White, and then Eric Goings. And Eric Goings The Seahawk from Myrtle Beach in fourth place. Making a move is Dreer's Nick Putnam. This is his second race of the day. Putnam from Dreer moving into second place after 400 meters. It is still Smalls with the lead. 300 meters remaining. Putnam trying to move into first place. Goings making a push as he slides past the right elbow of Jamal White. White looking to make a move here as they're bunched up around turn number 3, and White is making a move to the outside. White trying to catch Goings. It is Goings from Myrtle Beach, White from South Point, Putnam from Dreer. Final 50 meters, and Goings is taking the lead, and Goings is going to win a state championship. Eric Goings, the senior from Myrtle Beach High School, takes the title over Jamal White from South Point. So a state championship for the Seahawk, Eric Goings. And here is a look at your final standings.
On the award stand, ladies and gentlemen, the boys 400-meter hurdles for 4A. In 8th place at 58.19, Northwestern Jared Velasco. In 7th at 57.09, Wando J.C. Hall. In 6th at 56.97 for Buford, Henry Jenkins. In 5th at 56.93 for Norman Josh Smith. In 4th at 55.98 for Stratford, Brandon Gordai. In 3rd at 55.94 for Clover, Dennis Crawford.
All right, now we're ready
Your runner-up
for the 4A girls 800-meter race. And the fastest qualifying time belongs to Anna Todd in lane number 1 from Spartanburg High School. Now, Emerson, she had to pull out of the 1,600-meter race, but she appears to be okay and ready to go here in the 800. There is Anna Todd right there in lane number 1. In lane number 2, Anastasia Kolesnichenko from Bowling Springs High School.
Very good, Birch.
Thank you very much. Nia Payne in lane number 3 from Carolina Forest. Ashley Sutherland from Gaffney is in lane 4. And then Wando has Lucy Rumler in 5 and Elisa Holden in 6. Wando winning the 4x800 relay in the first day of this championship and setting a state record. Barry Robinson from Lexington is in lane 7. And Sequoia Brown, the Patriot of J.L. Mann High School, the sophomore, is in lane number 8. So we'll have to see if Anna Todd is A-OK and able to finish this race. She was unable to finish the 1,600 meters. She made it through 800 meters and then had to bow out. Not sure if she was just maybe a little dehydrated in that early morning race. And J.L. Mann's Sequoia Brown establishing the pace early here, the young sophomore. And now Sequoia Brown is going to drift back and surging ahead in lane number 7, Barry Robinson from Lexington. Kolesnichenko right there with her, and now Kolesnichenko and Anna Todd will surge to the lead. Kolesnichenko drops back into 3rd now, and Anna Todd surging forward. Can she hold on with 400 meters to go? The final 400 meters. Can Anna Todd hang on, the senior who was unable to finish in the 1,600-meter race earlier in the day? She is running ahead of Barry Robinson, the junior from Lexington. Kolesnichenko from Boiling Springs in 3rd, and now Kolesnichenko surging ahead into 2nd place. Now she slips over the right elbow of Robinson. But Anna Todd looking strong with 150 meters remaining.
Looking very strong. She has opened up this lead. We don't know what happened to her. in the 1,600-meter run, but she looks fine here in the 800, Bert.
75 meters to go, and it is all Anna Todd from Spartanburg. Anna Todd looking really strong here. Kolesnichenko trying to hold on for second place, and that's how they will finish. Anna Todd finishes first, Kolesnichenko finishes second, and Carolina Forest's Nia Payne finishes in third. Let's take a look at your final official results here in the 4A girls 800 meters. For A boys now, Emerson, the 800 meters, and Nate Gordon is in lane number 1. He is your defending state champion from Spartanburg High School. And you've got the rest of the field for us.
Gordon in lane 1, he's your defending champ. Corey Buffington from Lawrence in lane 2. It's Thomas Hoffel from Spring Valley in lane 3. Eric Wendt out of Lexington High in the blue on the right side of your screen there in lane 4. And it is Connor McCormick representing Spring Valley in lane 5. Wando's Michael Reamer is in 6. Northwestern's Chad Fennell is in 7. And it is Garrett Johnson from JL Mann in lane 8.
We have seen the defending state champ earlier, Nate Gordon. We saw Nate Gordon running for Spartanburg, the anchor leg in the opening race of the 4A state championship for the boys in day number 1. And he was our first and only selection to the Emerson Phillips all-hair team.
All-hair team.
Which we have never had in track and field.
Rocking the two-tone here at the championship meet, the blonde tips. Certainly worthy of a nomination for the all-hair team.
Which is really taking on a life of its own here on the South Carolina High School League Network. You'd be surprised, Emerson. I've had some of the media members throughout the state of South Carolina say that's one of the things they look forward to the most.
Well, you know, everybody likes a nice dude, Birch, and some of these young kids that we see in all the sports that we cover really show their personalities with their hair, so we like that. Hey, Nate Gordon last night, Birch, remember, Spartanburg dropped the baton in one of the relays, and Gordon made up a huge deficit in a very short amount of time, but he ran out of gas at the end of the race. So, you know, Nate probably didn't sleep real well last night, and he's thinking about this race right here. He's got Spartanburg out to a nice lead.
Yeah, here it comes, the final 100 meters, and Nate Gordon is really pulling away, looking stronger. Nate Gordon with the hair in the wind, bouncing left and right, and Nate Gordon is going to win the state championship with a time under 2 minutes, under 1:57. So Nate Gordon, the defending state champ, wins again. That's his second state championship for the junior here in the 800 meters.
And a nice close by Connor McCormick from Spring Valley to give the Vikings, the Spring Valley Vikings, a second place finish.
So there you go. Nate Gordon from Spartanburg, defending champ, wins again here in 2012. Let's take a look at the final standings.
2:26.74 from Wade Hampton, LaChelsea Thomas. In 7th at 2:23.31 from Hilton Head, Rachel Friend. In 6th at 2:22.25 from Greer, Savannah Bass. In 5th at 2:22.04 from Wilson, Essence Jackson. In 4th at 2:21.12 from Greer, Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn. In 3rd at 2:19.96 from Eastside, Caroline Dewar. Your runner-up at 2:18.40 from Wade Hampton, London Miller. And your winner of the girls 3A 800-meter dash in 2:17.95 from Lower Richland, Imani Boatwright.
.3A girls, 200 meters now. The sprinters take the track again. Emerson, we've got Simpson from Clinton in lane 1, Washington from Seneca in lane 2, Trapp from Daniel in lane 3, Johnson from Wilson in lane 4, Jenkins Dodd from Greer in lane 5, Takira Jenkins Dodd, who has won a state championship earlier in the day, Pinkney from Berkeley in 6, McLean from Hartsville in 7, and Holland from Seneca in 8. And we are underway here in the 200 meters, and it is Seneca with the early lead.
Jenkins Dodd won the 400 earlier today for Greer.
And now she is surging forward.
Johnson from Wilson there. Wilson with Chelsea Johnson, Birch.
It is going to be Chelsea Johnson, the sophomore from Wilson, crossing the finish line first. Chelsea Johnson, who posted the fastest qualifying time, wins the state championship with a time of 24:63, it looks like. Let's go to the scoreboard and take a look at the final results.
37:39 from Wando Lucy Rumler. In 7th at 2:20.76 from J.O. Mann, Sequoia Brown. In 6th at 2:20.61 from Gaffney Ashley Sutherland. In 5th at 2:20.37 from Wando Elisa Holden.
3A boys now, 200 meters in Emerson. This is the third race for Brandon Sanders, the fastest man in the state of South Carolina, one of the fastest in the country, going for an unprecedented 4th consecutive state championship in the 200 meters. Now, this young man won the 100-meter race earlier in the day and was also on the 4x100-meter relay team, winning the gold medal for Dreher High School. So Brandon Sanders has won 4 state championships in the 100 and now is going for his 4th consecutive state championship in the 200.
It's never been done, Birch.
8 state championships he could have in the 100 and 200 meters throughout his high school career here.
Essentially the perfect high school career for a sprinter. 4 straight in the 100, and if he can win this race right here, the 200 meters, it'll be the 4th straight year that he's won this race also. Brandon Sanders will run out of lane 5. There he is representing the Dreher Blue Devils, a school located here in Columbia. And we mentioned earlier, Brandon will run track at the University of South Carolina next year, and an upstanding citizen as well, Birch. Very dedicated, committed to community service. He just does everything the way you'd like a young man to, both on and off the track.
Yeah, you're looking at possibly a future Olympian in the 2016 Summer Olympics. 2 years ago, some had talked about him possibly qualifying for the 2012 Olympics in London, but he will go to the University of South Carolina and try to represent the United States in track and field in 2016, and we are off but a false start. Now also we've got to keep our eyes on Rodriguez Flynn in lane number 4 from Darlington. Now let's go through the rest of the lane assignments. In lane 1 you've got Brown from Wilson, Jalen Bacon, the sophomore, from LR, Lemons from Dreher, Flynn from Darlington in lane 4, Brandon Sanders is in lane 5, Blackstock from Georgetown in lane 6, Kenyon Brown from Clinton in lane 7, and Hilton Head has Desmond Bonaparte in lane number 8.
Dreher really hoping for a 1-2 finish in this event, Birch, and if they can do that, obviously that would put them a long way toward winning the 3A team title for the boys, with Bradford Lemons, the 10th grader, running out of lane 3. But you can't count out Bacon in lane 2 from LR, Tyler Brown from Wilson in lane 1 with virtually an identical qualifying time as Jalen Bacon, and of course Rodriguez Flynn from Darlington High School also. So the field is very deep, and this figures to be an exciting race. Again, about a 22-second race, Birch, but these sprints really play to the strength of Dreher High School, and they're hoping to ride success in these races to their first team state championship since the 1970s.
Brandon Sanders is in lane 5 in the all blue tops, blue bottoms.
Dreher was runner-up in 2002, but they have not won the state title in track since the 70s. Not for the boys. They won it for the girls in 2003.
Brandon Sanders looking to close out his high school career here today, Emerson, as the most decorated athlete in South Carolina high school history, I would have to say.
Unquestionably, Birch. And if he wins this race, it's 4 in a row in both the 100 and the 200. It's unprecedented. It's never been done. A chance for Brandon Sanders from Dreher in lane 5 to concrete his name in the South Carolina track and field history books.
And, of course, he has won medals, state championships as part of Dreher's relay teams. A clean start this time. We are off and going, and Brandon Sanders gets a good start. He did not get a good start in the 100. Here they come down the final back straightaway for the final 100 meters. It is Brandon Sanders. Brandon Sanders just pulling away, showing what he does. Brandon Sanders is going to be the most decorated athlete in South Carolina high school sports history. He repeats for the 4th time as state champion in the 200 meters. A clean sweep for Brandon Sanders his entire high school career in the 100 and 200 meters. Brandon Sanders, the most decorated athlete in South Carolina high school history, wins the 200-meter race.
And a good finish for his teammate Bradford Lemons. You saw them hug after the race. So Dreher finishes strong here in the 200-meter dash, and the closing speed of Brandon Sanders is remarkable, Birch. We will talk about this young man for a long time to come.
And he came very, very close to putting up a state record time there, Emerson, that was set by Arise Curry back in 2001 from Richland Northeast High School, who was a heck of an athlete in his own right. But Brandon Sanders closes the books on a fantastic sprinting career here in South Carolina, and that young man has one more race to go, too. We'll see him again in the 4x400, but let's take a look at the final results here in the 200 meters. All right, 4A girls now on the track for the 200. You've got Richland Northeast in lane 1, Dutch Fork in 2, Blythewood, Ridgeview, Gaffney, West Florence, Blythewood, and Woodmont. And the favorite is Ridgeview's Shakira Martin in lane number 4.
Martin won the 100-meter dash earlier today for the state title.
Here she comes with 80 meters to go, and Martin is looking strong, holding off Ravine Golston from Dutch Fork. It is going to be Martin crossing the finish line first, followed by Ravine Golston from Dutch Fork. And another state championship for Shakira Martin from Ridgeview.
Huge weekend for Shakira Martin. 2 state titles, taking home the 100 and the 200 meters in the same day. A big 2012 track and field season for Shakira Martin and Ridgeview High School.
Let's take a look at the final results here in the 4A 200 meters.
In 6th place at 4 feet 10 inches from Lower Richland, Katrina Harrison. In 5th place at 5 feet even from Fort Mill, Amber Opal. In 4th place at 5 feet 2 inches from North Myrtle Beach, Jaquella Livingston. In 3rd at 5 feet 2 inches from Eastside, Katie Anderson. The runner-up at 5 feet 6 inches from Clint, Letitia Simpson. And your champion at 5 feet 6 inches from Kane Bay, Ashley Eady.
4A boys 200 meters now. Jared Jeter from Greenwood in lane number 1. He won the 400-meter state championship earlier. Kyle Simmons from Somerville in lane 2. Chavarius Curry Felix from Richland Northeast in lane number 3. Emerson, you love Chavarius Curry Felix in this race. Devon Anderson, the sophomore from Somerville. Jeff Jones from Blythewood in lane 5. Trey Childress from Clover in lane 6. Kenny Fenton Griffith from Fort Dorchester in lane number 7. He's a junior. And the senior Trevon Bennett from Goose Creek in lane number 8. A good start. We are underway.
Anderson from Somerville, your favorite. Jeff Jones from Blythewood right next to him should contend in lane 5.
It is Anderson from Somerville with a step right now. He has Felix and pressure on his left from RNE, but Somerville is going to hang on, and it's a state championship for Devon Anderson, the sophomore from Somerville, the Green Wave. They have another championship, and Anderson knows that he has run a fantastic race, as he is your state champ here in the 200 meters.
He got a bright future, Birch. Just a 10th grader. We'll hear more from him over the next couple of years, I'm sure.
Let's take a look now at your final times here in the 4A 200 meters. And we are underway in the 3,200 meter run here for the 3A girls. In lane number 1, you've got Caroline Dewar going for another state championship. She won the 1,600 meters earlier in the day from Eastside High School. She posted the fastest qualifying time. In lane number 2, Dreer has the sophomore Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn. Meredith Kilburn, the senior from Fort Mill, is in lane 3. Samantha Koenig, the 8th grader from Chapin, in lane 4. Elizabeth Dawson, the sophomore from Daniel, qualified for lane number 5. Melissa Smith, the freshman from Fort Mill, in lane 9. Savannah Shep, the sophomore from Hilton Head, in lane 7. And Marion Reeves, the freshman from Eastside, qualified into lane number 9. Now we have 8 trips around this track here at Harry Perone Stadium. And settle in, folks, because this is going to be a nice 11 to 13 minute race.
That's right. Fastest qualifying time, 11 minutes, 58 seconds. For Carolyn Dewar from Eastside. And Birch, we mentioned earlier that youth is served in these longer distance races. We have an 8th grader, Samantha Koenig from Chapin, 2 9th graders, Melissa Smith from Fort Mill and Marion Reeves from Eastside. And we have 3 10th graders in this race as well. No juniors, only 2 seniors running in this 3A girls 3,200 meter state championship run.
This race was won a year ago by Sinead Howie from Daniel High School. Caroline Dewar finished in 4th place a year ago. Elizabeth Dawson from Daniel finished in 3rd place as a freshman a year ago. So Caroline Dewar with the next best finish in the 2011 edition of the 32-meter state championship. And Caroline Dewar running at the head of the pack right now. Actually, Caroline is over there in the middle of the pack. Marion Reeves from Eastside establishing the early pace, along with Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn from Dreer High School. Elizabeth Dawson right there from Daniel, the young sophomore. Also Samantha Koenig, the 8th grader, right there in the forefront for the Chapin Eagles.
Everybody's wearing blue, aren't they, Birch? Or at least some shade of it. A little bit of yellow in there as well from Meredith Kilburn from Fort Mill. You see the pole vault going on in the background. That's one of the aspects that we've really come to enjoy about the track and field state championship meet, is that
there is always something going on.
A variety of events going on at one time. You know, you may not be interested in what's going on the track, but you can watch long jump, or maybe you're not interested in the long jump, but you can look at the discus or the shot put on the other end of the field. Pole vault going on today as well. So 1,300 student athletes from across the Palmetto State and about 160 schools represented at the high school track and field championships. Beautiful venue here at Spring Valley High School. This facility renovated courtesy of the taxpayers of Richland County, Birch, about, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it has really just made this a wonderful place to come, not only as a participant, but as a spectator, and take in a track and field track meet, or football is also played here. And it's just a wonderful place to come spend an afternoon. About an 11-hour day here for track and field on the South Carolina High School League Network. And we're happy to be bringing it to you, and glad you're with us today on the SCHSL Network.
Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn from Dreer, Marion Reeves from Eastside, Elizabeth Dawson from Daniel, and Caroline Dewar. They're your leaders right now. Also Chapin's Samantha Koenig right up there up front. Hey, look at that, running with a smile. Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn, the sophomore from Dreer. And also moving up is Elizabeth Dawson from Daniel.
I'll be curious to see if Sarah Ashbrook Gwynn is still smiling on the 7th or 8th laps. Yes, hey, the commission's joined us. Good to see you.
Yeah, we've got Jerome Singleton, our director of the South Carolina High School League. And he is going to be joining us here as we get the headset and microphones on. And Jerome, you've been all over the place today. You know, it always seems in our spring sport championships, this isn't the only one going on. Of course, we've got the broadcast here of the state track and field championship, but also we had tennis going on today.
Absolutely, and Drew was out there taking care of that for us. And you know, earlier this week we had golf championship going on, so things are moving very fast. We got baseball. We'll be going to enter into its finals next week. Softball will enter into its finals next week, and soccer will be next Friday and Saturday. Yeah, and then we will close the books on a very successful 2011-2012 academic and athletic year. And Emerson and I, this is really, Jerome, one of our favorite events because this is really the showcase of the South Carolina High School League, because we get to see virtually every member school, 1,300 athletes that are here converging at Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley. And this is really where we get to see the best of every one of our member schools that sometimes we don't get to see representatives from those schools in our weekend of champions that we have on the SCHSL networks. We love being able to showcase all of our schools in the high school league.
You're absolutely right, Birch. This is the one sport that we have where all of our schools are probably represented and participating in this league event. This is actually what you would call a culminating league event where all schools have a great opportunity to participate in this. I was reading an article just the other day, and it talks about this being the best of the very best when it talks about athletics.
Yeah, and this event also brings the fans from all over the state of South Carolina, from every corner, from the upstate, from the lower state, from right here in the Midlands, from the PD, from the CSRA over in Aiken. And you've got to believe that the business owners along the Two Notch Road corridor here outside of Spring Valley High School love that this event is being here, because this is a huge economic impact for the city of Columbia and the surrounding Midlands area.
Absolutely, we understand that, because we get several communities. I mean, we can't name them all that will come out here and make it a day, an enjoyable day. And the fact that these athletes participate in different events, one could be early in the morning, another one late in the afternoon. So it's not like they come in here and they, for 15 minutes of their time and then they leave. But I'd be remiss without thanking Richland too for the hospitality they've shown us, especially Spring Valley High School and Mr. Tim Hunter, and extending this welcoming mat to us.
Yeah, and we also have to thank all of the officials that are working behind the scenes. Of course, Nessie at the High School League office, who really coordinates this event, but you've got officials that are giving their time to make sure that this goes off without a hitch, and they are never seen, never heard from, but it's those people behind the scenes, like every one of your staff members, that really make these things happen, and they don't get enough credit, and they really should.
Truly, I've been blessed to have worked with such a fine staff, and all of them that have the areas that they're responsible for, and then the areas of expertise, and they've really done a good job of putting this together. But I got to tell you, and we say it every year, the Track Coaches Association, they step up and they actually help to run this. They put this in place, and I don't mind telling them, and I tell them all the time, we can't get it done without them. They do a fine job. It's sometimes a thankless job, and I know they put in more hours and work than they're actually being paid for, but because they're so committed to track and field, they're glad to give up their time to make sure it's successful.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to mention, we've always talked about sportsmanship and character and giving back to the community, and we've seen the prime example of that here today in Brandon Sanders, who is going down as the most decorated athlete in South Carolina high school history. We will probably see him in the Olympics in 2016. He is one of the fastest sprinters in the country and in the world, but this young man shines off the track as well. He is an outstanding student, but more importantly, Jerome, he gives his time to the Harvest Hope Food Bank. He gives his time to children in kindergarten and first grade and second grade, reading books to them and teaching the importance of literacy. He gives his time outside the classroom and off the track, and so much so that on April 18th, the City of Columbia honored him, proclaiming April 18th as Brandon Sanders Day. And if every athlete in the state of South Carolina could take something away from Brandon Sanders, they could say, hey, I'm going to be successful off the playing surface as well.
Absolutely. Brandon embraces exactly what we mean by student athlete, that embraces citizenship along with it. And he is a very good athlete, very good athlete, but a very good person also. And that's truly a pleasure just holding conversation with him. I've had the opportunity to speak with him a couple times, and he's a fine fellow, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he certainly is. He is a joy to be around, and we've seen outstanding sportsmanship all year long in all of our events that we kicked off with volleyball back in 2011, back in November here on the SCHSL network. But, here in track and field, the person who finishes last always goes up and congratulates the person who finishes first, and vice versa, and that's what we love to see.
Absolutely. And sportsmanship, of course, is something that our membership has embraced, and they demand that of their students, and it shows, especially in events like this, where a lot of times it's just a hundredth of a second or a tenth of an inch that makes a difference between winning and coming in second.
Well, this is certainly one of my favorite events that we have, and again, here on the SCHSL Network, we will wrap things up, upcoming with coverage of baseball, softball, and the Weekend of Champions in soccer over at Memorial Stadium here in Columbia. And Jerome, we certainly appreciate everything that you and your staff have done all season long and for the 3 years that the SCHSL Network has been in existence. We have grown, we have gotten better, and that's all thanks to you and your staff.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, but let me reiterate that, Birch, you and your staff and the guys that work with you and the ladies that work with you do such a fine job of presenting our young athletes to the public, and we really appreciate what you do. And Play On Sports has been a very good sponsor and partner for us.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, and if you have are a business owner or involved in a company and want to become a corporate sponsor, you certainly can by emailing Jerome Singleton. Just go to www.schsl.org to find his email address, and he would love to talk to you about you getting involved in high school sports as well, as Meredith Kilburn crosses the finish line first for Fort Mill. Jerome, that'll wrap it up for us. Thank you so much for joining us as always. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Jerome Singleton, the director of the South Carolina High School League, joining us here from Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School. Is Meredith Kilburn, the senior from Fort Mill, wins the 3A girls 3,200 meters. We've got the 4A girls and then the boys coming up next. .300-meter run, 3A boys. And we are underway. We've got Gabriel Hawley in lane number 1 from Daniel. Jack Manasiotis from Hilton Head in lane 2. Andre Ivankovic from Daniel, who won a state title earlier today. He is running out of lane number 3. Billy Cryer from St. James in lane 4. Nick Putnam from Dreer in lane 5. Matthew Gear from Daniel qualifying in lane 6. Sean McMahon from Hilton Head in lane 7. And Heath Lorick from Chapin High School qualified for lane number 8. The fastest qualifying time boasted by Howie from Daniel, 9:57.44. He's only a sophomore. Outstanding long-distance runner. And also Andre Ivankovic, one of the top distance runners in the state of South Carolina. We saw Ivankovic win the 1,600 meters earlier today.
For the second straight year, Ivankovic brought home the 1,600-meter championship for Daniel, and he'll be the favorite again in this 3,200-meter run. Birch, 8 laps around the track. The meet record set all the way back in 1988 by Ernie Shepard from Wren High School. And to give you an idea what kind of time he ran, his meet record run was 8 minutes and 56 seconds. And we know how good Andre Ivankovic is from Daniel. His qualifying time was 9 minutes and 44 seconds, so about 48 seconds off of the state meet record set by Ernie Shepard from Wren back in 1988. It's amazing how long some of these meet records have stood, Birch. The 800-meter run was set back in 84 by Terrence Harrington from Hartsville, and I was looking at some of the meet records. Cleveland Pinckney, an old Gamecock football player, terrific defensive tackle, set the discus record back in 96. And, that throw that he had to set the state record will beat this year's winners by 20 feet or more. So some of these performances really stand the test of time.
So we've got 800 meters in the books, 7 more laps to go here in the 3,200. And with the lead is Howie from Daniel. His running mate, Ivankovic from Daniel, is third. Manasiotis second from Hilton Head. So they're running in the way they qualified, Emerson 1, 2, 3. Howie, Manasiotis, and Ivankovic.
Yeah, and again, the early portion of the race is just staying in contention. I think, Birch, if you can stay within earshot of the leaders, you try to, again, keep something in reserve for the last lap. But that's easier said than done. Although, Birch, I have to point out that we have got absolutely ideal weather conditions today. Traditionally this time of year when we come and cover the track and field championship meet, it's mid-90s to upper 90s, and it's hot as Hades. But this year it is unseasonably cool. It's very pleasant. Temperatures hovering in the lower to mid-70s right now. We've got a nice cool breeze. You just couldn't ask for better weather, particularly for these distance runners.
Ivankovic now pushes ahead to the front. So it's Ivankovic and then Howie. So the two runners from Daniel going 1-2, with Manasiotis from Hilton Head third. Heath Lorick from Chapin High School, the senior, who is an outstanding cross-country runner as well. He is in fourth place.
Birch, I don't think the heat particularly affects sprinters in shorter distances, but obviously, when you're talking about the 1,600-meter run, 4 laps around the track, or particularly the 3,200-meter run, when it's up in the 90s, man, it really takes a toll on these long-distance runners. So I'm sure they're very happy that the weather has cooperated the way it has this weekend.
Yeah, and these long-distance runners, what some of them do, like a lot of the long-distance swimmers, to try to stay on pace, is they'll sing a song in their head. They know, okay, this song is 2 minutes 40 seconds, or this song is 2 minutes 50 seconds, and they'll sing a song in their head to keep their pace, and then go to another song that's a little bit faster. So a lot of these distance runners, that's a little trick that they'll use, similar to what the swimmers will use. And then, of course, some distance runners just say, I'm just going to go out and run and try to keep a steady pace and see what happens. But right now, Howie again pushes forward. So it's still Howie, Ivankovic, and Jack Manasiotis from Hilton Head. As we are halfway through this race now, as we have 1,600 meters in the books here. And it's the two runners from Daniel in the gold, and then Manasiotis from Hilton Head. Third runner from Daniel now is in fourth place as Matthew Gear, the junior, moves ahead. And in the overall team standings, Dreer
Only 12
with Nick Putnam getting some points here in this event, which they also got from Nick back in the 1600. But Daniel and Hilton Head Island also getting a slew of points here to help their cause in the overall team standings. Now Manasiotis opening up his pace as we're more than halfway through this race. And he will take a lead by 15 meters over Ivan Kovic. Howie drops back into third, about 40 meters behind. So Manasiotis, as you see him there right side of your screen, ahead of Ivan Kovic for Daniel. Ivan Kovic winning the 1,600 meters earlier in the day. Split time right now at 6:43. Coming up on 7 minutes, so we will have 2 more laps around this track, 800 meters to go.
Bert's taking a look at the team competition here in 3A. You know, we felt like Dreer, obviously, with the most slots in the championship meet. They have 12 slots in this meet this weekend. So they figured to be a slight favorite for that reason, and also the fact that they have, you know, arguably the best sprinter in South Carolina history in Brandon Sanders, who has really helped Dreer rake in some points in the sprint events. Dreer with first place finishes from Sanders in the 100 and the 200, and Dreer also won the 4x100 meter relay. So if Putnam can give him some points here in this distance race like he did earlier in the 1600, I think Dreer is going to be in good position to be in contention for the state championship when the day is over. Dreer's 12 slots spread out. You know, they have a participant in the shot put and the discus, the 400, the 800, the 1600, the 3200. They got 2 relay teams. Darlington with 11 slots. Wade Hampton has 9. LR and South Point with 10. Of course, Hilton Head won the state title last year, and they did that on the strength that they had in the distance running. And there's a good look at Hilton's Head 3,200 meter runner here. That's Jack Manasiotis, 5th place finisher in the 1,600 last year, and a kid that we saw run, you know, a couple of events last year and a couple more again this year.
But now Ivan Kovic is going to overtake Manasiotis, and Ivan Kovic and Manasiotis have a 100-meter lead over the rest of the field, Emerson. As Ivan Kovic slips past Manasiotis. So it is Ivan Kovic from Daniel, Manasiotis from Hilton Head running 2. The nearest competitor 110 meters behind in Howie from Daniel. And boy, Ivan Kovic is a strong distance runner. His 100 meters to go, and he widens that lead. He's got the head down, churning and burning. Takes a peek over the left shoulder. He's going to win his 2nd state title of the day.
11th grader, and he'll get an occasion to glance back over that left shoulder and see just how wide the lead is. A very strong showing today at the State Track and Field Championships by that young man from Daniel High School, Andre Ivan Kovic.
And he did it in under 9:30. Let's take a look at the final results as Andre Ivan Kovic wins his 2nd state title. Great distance runner. He's won the 1,600, now the 32. And here's the results from the rest of the field. We are underway here in the 3,200 meters for the 4A girls. Emily Lewis with the fastest qualifying time. She is in lane number 1 out of Easley High School. She's a senior. Laura Miller, the junior from J.L. Mann, in lane number 2. Georgia Compton from Wando in lane 3. And her little sister Rosa Marie Compton from Wando, the freshman, in lane 4. Alex Dixon from Wren is in lane 5. Emily Sanders from J.L. Mann qualified for lane number 6. Caitlin Kilman, the freshman from Lexington, in the race out of lane number 7. And Anna Lou Carter from T.L. Hanna in lane number 8, and she is a senior. This event was won a year ago by an 8th grader, Emma Jennings, out of Burns, but she is not in this race today. Laura Miller from J.L. Mann finished 2nd a year ago, and she is running in 2nd place right now, right behind Emily Lewis from Easley High School. The state record set by the legendary long-distance runner Kate Niehaus from right here at Spring Valley High School, who went out west to Stanford, I do believe, and made a name for herself out there. She set the record back in 2005 with a time of 10:47.75. And after one trip around the track, it is Emily Lewis and Laura Miller well ahead of the field by about 40 meters. The rest of the competitors are all bunched together, running in a pack. As you see, the top 2 qualifying times. Emily Lewis's 11:16 from Easley there in the green. Qualifying with the fastest time, followed by Laura Miller from J.L. Mann at 11:35. So nearly a 20-second difference in qualifying times. And right now these two are running together after 800 meters. And they are well ahead of the rest of the field by nearly 100 meters. So it is a race that is belonging right now to those 2 young ladies. In the green from Easley, Emily Lewis and Laura Miller from J.L. Mann.
Yeah, startling how big of a lead they have put on the rest of the field at this early stage of the race. Both those young ladies out in front look very strong. Lewis from Easley, Miller from J.L. Mann.
And Laura Miller won the 1,600 meters earlier in the day for J.L. Mann. So she's going for her 2nd state championship of the day. And J.L. Mann, these ladies from J.L. Mann, they are putting up a bevy of points for the overall team competition.
They surely are. J.L. Mann, I would think, has got to be in the lead, or at least very close to it at this early point. We don't have a running point total in our booth, but we know that Mann has won a couple of events already, and it's not just the fact that they've won a couple, Birch, but that they've had so many participants in so many different races. You know, both the sprints and the distance runs. Mann has had somebody in virtually every race, it seems.
And the lead now is a full 100 meters for these two, as we have 3 trips around the track recorded now.
It's almost like 2 different races going on right here. We have, a battle for 1st and 2nd with these 2 young women here. But 100 yards back, we have 6 points in the team competition available for whoever finishes 3rd. And we got 6 runners bunched up in the back of the pack there. Again, a good 100 meters behind the front 2 runners in this 3,200-meter run for 4A girls.
Emily Lewis still ahead of Laura Miller from J.L. Mann. The rest of the field still 100 meters behind. As in 3rd place now, another runner from J.L. Mann, that's Emily Sanders. Wando is in fourth place with Georgia Compton. Wando putting together a outstanding overall meet as well, setting a state record in day number 1 in the 4x800 meter relay, and they've had a lot of runners in the middle and long distance events. But right now this race belongs to Lewis and Miller, Easley and J.L. Mann. And both of those schools are from the Greenville, South Carolina area. We are halfway complete now. 1,600 meters in the books here in this 3,200 meter race. As Lewis and Miller holding on to the pace side by side, and now they are a good 125 meters ahead of the rest of the field, Emerson.
They are. I mean, they have run out from the opening gun.
They're so far ahead, we can't even see the rest of the pack in the screen. But trust us, there are 6 other runners behind them. Third place belongs to Wando right now. There's Lewis in the green, Laura Miller in the blue for J.L. Mann with the yellow shoes. And she won the 1,600 meter race earlier in the day. Very accomplished long distance runner is Laura Miller, the junior.
Looking at the qualifying times here, Birch, Lewis from Easley in green ran 11:16, 11 minutes 16 seconds in the qualifier last weekend. Laura Miller ran 11:35. So that's a pretty substantial difference. So I'm impressed that, Miller is keeping pace with Lewis, and I think the longer she does that, the more psychologically maybe she gains a bit of an edge. I mean, almost a 20-second difference in qualifying times.
19-second difference there,
That's 150 meters. That's 200 meters, you know. Well, for, distance races, probably 125 to 150 meters, but that's a wide margin. So I think Lewis, for obvious reasons, was the favorite here, but Laura Miller from J.L. Mann has hung with her every step of the way thus far.
And Emerson, they have now established a 150-meter lead, almost a full 200 meters between those two and the rest of the field. So Lewis in first, Laura Miller in second. As we have 2 more trips around the track, 800 meters left before we decide the winner. Lewis and Miller established the pace early. I mean, they just left the field early on, deciding they were just going to run together. And the rest of the field has never been able to get closer than 100 meters. And they're almost a full 200 meters behind these 2 young ladies right now. And now you see Laura Miller making her move, or trying to, and she does, as she drifts past the right elbow and shoulder of Emily Lewis. And now, for the first time in this race, Laura Miller has the lead. With 500 meters remaining, it is Laura Miller ahead of Emily Lewis now. The rest of the field still 175 to 200 meters behind. Running in third place is Wando. Final lap here, Emerson, the final 400 meters to decide this state championship. And getting stronger is Laura Miller. She is pulling away. She has a 10-meter lead now over Emily Lewis.
How about Laura Miller? Stayed there with Lewis for about 6.5 laps, 7 laps. And now just in the last several hundred meters, she has opened up a margin of about 15 meters in her own right. And she's just paced herself beautifully in this race. Birch, about a 15-meter lead here for Miller from J.L. Mann over Lewis from Easley.
Going for her second state championship of the day, the junior from J.L. Mann, Laura Miller. Nearly 200 meters remaining now. The rest of the field, Emerson, they are almost 225, 250 meters back. Matter of fact, Laura Miller is getting close to lapping a competitor here.
She will not quite lap the 8th place runner in this field, but she's going to come close.
Laura Miller with her second state championship of the day. She crosses the finish line in just under 11 minutes and wins her second state championship for J.L. Mann. Finishing second is Laura Miller. Let's see how the rest of the field will finish.
We need the boys 4A pole vaulters to the award stand. Boys 4A pole vaulters to the award stand, please. B Hightower, you are needed at the awards tent. B Hightower, you're needed at the awards tent.
Birch, Antley, and Emerson Phillips with you here as we are ready for the 4A boys 3,200-meter run, and we are underway. Colby Coulter, the fastest qualifying time from Lexington High School. He's a senior. Michael Lance qualifying in lane number 2, the sophomore from Ridgeview. Nick O'Brien, the sophomore from North Augusta, in lane 3. Sage Kasioric from Boiling Springs in lane number 4. Tony Morales, the sophomore from Lexington High School, in lane 5. Lexington with another qualifier in lane number 6, Blake White. He is a junior, and Lexington really putting together a good meet here today with a lot of runners in these middle and long distance events. So keep your eyes on the Wildcats for the overall state championship. Drew Beering from Fort Dorchester He qualified in lane number 7. And Guy McCarter from Stratford, the senior, in lane number 8. So the fastest qualifying time posted by Colby Coulter from Lexington at 9:38. Then a second behind Michael Lance from Ridgeview at 9:39.
Yeah, Birch, I'd be surprised if anybody runs away from the pack the way that Laura Miller and Emily Lewis did in the girls' 3,200-meter run that we just saw. I would expect this to be a much tighter race throughout. Coulter from Lexington, you mentioned the fastest qualifying time. He's a 12th grader, but we got some other accomplished runners in this field. You know, Drew Bering from Fort Dorchester.
He finished second in the 1,600 earlier today.
And won the 1,600 last year. So, you know, Bering's very accomplished. We've seen Sage Kasioric from Boiling Springs have some success at the state track meet in years past. So, you know, a lot of veteran runners here and kids that are familiar with, you know, the pressure and what's required championship weekend if you want to win a state championship. I think this will be a good race. 8 laps around the track, Birch.
And Sage Kasioric running in first place as we're nearing putting 800 meters in the books, and now we have. So 800 meters down. And it is Sage Kasioric falling a little bit behind, but now right back up there. But moving into first place looks to be Nick O'Brien from North Augusta. And now moving back into first, Colby Coulter, but then he'll drift back a little bit from Lexington High School. And then Tony Morales making a move up there as well. So the Lexington runners staying at the top of the pack right now. Excellent crowd on hand here at Harry Perone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley High School here in Northeast Columbia, South Carolina. So glad you could take part with us here on the South Carolina High School League Network. It is hard to believe, Emerson, that the 2011-2012 sports year is almost over. We'll have baseball and softball here on the SCHSL Network, and then we'll wrap things up with the Weekend of Champions in soccer from Memorial Stadium in the Rosewood neighborhood of Columbia.
That's right. Looks like you'll have the call of the 4A baseball championship next week, a 2 out of 3 series. I'll have the call of softball. Looks like we'll be doing 2A softball next week. And then the soccer Weekend of Champions, if you will, at Memorial Stadium. 7 games in 2 days. 3 on Friday and 4 on Saturday. That's a week from today for the soccer state championship weekend. That's always a real big draw also. You know, you think about Irmo and Northwestern. Irmo and Wando have met for the 4A soccer championship the last couple of years, Birch, and we've had, 6,000 or 8,000 people for the soccer championship games. Man,
it's always a packed house over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that other states get that type of turnout for the high school soccer championship games, but we certainly do here in the Palmetto State. Man, the Palmetto State really loves its sports, Birch, and particularly at the high school level. I think I meet people from other parts of the country, and they say, man, they just can't believe, how much coverage and attention is given to high school athletics. But, this must be something in the water here, man. It's always been that way as long as I can remember, and I can't see it changing anytime soon.
Nor can I. It is absolutely wonderful here in the Palmetto State as Kasioric had the lead earlier, but has drifted back behind Nick O'Brien from North Augusta High School as we're halfway home here in the 3,200 meters. So with the lead, Nick O'Brien from North Augusta has it by a body length over Tony Morales, the sophomore from Lexington High School. And, Emerson, usually we see the long-distance events being dominated by freshmen and sophomores.
And that really is not the case in this 4A boys 3,200 meter run. We have no freshmen. We have 3 10th graders and the 1 junior and 4 seniors.
But right now, the sophomores are at the front of the pack.
And I mentioned at the outset of the race, it's pretty much a veteran crowd running in this race. Third straight year that you and I have covered the track and field championships together, and we've seen, Buring and Kasiorek and Coulter the last few years, and some good 10th graders. Morales from Lexington, O'Brien from North Augusta, Michael Lance from Ridgeview, and all the 10th graders are still at the front. Birch, it's going to come down to the last lap. These longer distance races are interesting because it's sort of a chess match. And really, you have to have discipline. You have to pace yourself and keep something in reserve. You can't spin yourself on the first 6 or 7 laps, Bert. You got to have something left just in case you need it for that last lap. And, if you want to win the race, you're almost certainly going to have something in the tank.
Colby Coulter now from Lexington moving forward. And Sage Kasiorek from Bowling Springs right there behind him.
Kasiorek, tall kid, long legs, long strides. You get the sense that the taller kids really have an advantage in these distance runs. I mean, the bottom line, Birch, is, a kid that's 6'3" is going to take fewer strides than a kid who's 5'9". I mean, that's just very simple. And you look at Kasiorek, and his head's very calm. He's just obviously spent a lot of time running over the years, and he's really honed his craft. And there's Coulter, your leader.
Yeah, Colby Coulter, the senior from Lexington High School. He posted the fastest seed time, and he is a few steps ahead of Sage Kasiorek right now as they make that final turn. And heading down here for the final 100 meters of this race, it is Colby Coulter trying to fend off Sage Kasiorek from Bowling Springs. Will Coulter hang on? It looks like he will. Colby Coulter. Now Kasiorek kicks it in, but Coulter will cross the finish line. Or actually one more lap to go, I'm sorry. So Coulter with 400 more meters ahead of Kasiorek as we come down to the final lap. And Kasiorek now will kick it in. Kasiorek, the senior, battling the other senior from Lexington High School, Colby Coulter. Lexington with 2 other runners behind in 3rd and 4th.
Yes, sir. Lexington running very strong in this event. They have 3 in the top 4 right now.
Lexington set the state record in day number 1 in the 4x800 meter relay. Kasiorek is going to take it. Kasiorek with a 15-meter lead, and Sage Kasiorek wins the state championship, the senior, here in the 3,200 with a time around 9:32, 9:33 mark. Let's go to the clock and get the final results.
from Union County, Chastine McHale. Congratulations, ladies. triple jump. In 8th place, jumping 41 feet 9 inches from Union County, Preston Rice. In 7th, at 41 9.5 from Bluffton, Devon Frazier. In 6th, at 42 feet 5 inches from Wilson, Pierce Brown. In 5th place, at 43.4 from Marlborough County, Michael McManus. In 4th place, at 44 feet 2 inches from Southside, Mike Smith. In 3rd place, at 45 feet 3 1/4 inches from Chester, Terrence Morris. Your runner-up update in the boys 3A race after 16 of 17 events. Fifth place is Daniel with 42. Fourth place Hilton Head 44. Third Darlington with 48. Second South Point with 54. And Greer is leading with 78.
All right, our last 4 events of the 3A, 4A state championship. And we will start with the 3A girls 4x400 meter relay. Union County is in lane number 1. Hartsville in lane number 2. The Generals of Wade Hampton High School out of Greenville in lane number 3. Lower Richland in lane number 4. They are your favorites with the fastest qualifying time. Seneca is in lane number 5, and Seneca leads in the overall team competition as well. So a strong finish here could wrap up the team championship trophy for Seneca. Daniel is in lane number 6. Dreer in lane number 7. They finished second in this race a year ago. And Cane Bay rounds out the field in lane number 8. So that's lane 8 to the left of your screen, going down to lane number 1 to the right.
Birch, if my math is correct, Seneca has already wrapped up the 3A Girls State Championship. In fact, they've got the highest point total of any team at this meet so far, girls or boys, in either classification. So the Bobcats from Seneca have been very strong today in Columbia.
And this relay team for Seneca, not sure who the 4 will be, but they have a pair of sophomores, 2 freshmen, a junior and a senior, that could be running here in the 4x400 meter relay, and we are off and running underway. And taking the early lead is Daniel in lane number 6. So Daniel with the early lead, and then Dreer in lane number 7. Now once we make this turn here at the top of the track, we should see lanes 4 and 5 get closer. But right now, Daniel is leading. But coming on strong, Wade Hampton in lane number 3, as we'll make the first baton exchange with Daniel in the lead by about 10, maybe 12 meters. Daniel with a very clean exchange, Wade Hampton as well. Second leg of this 4x400. It is Daniel, followed by Wade Hampton, going 1 and 2. Hartsville in third. And making a strong move is Lower Richland. Lower Richland now into third place. It is still Daniel and Wade Hampton. Lower Richland posting the fastest qualifying time at 4:01. And Lower Richland looking good here in the second leg, but still trailing Daniel and Wade Hampton. And Daniel with a 15 to 20 meter lead now. A very good race being put together by Daniel. And another clean exchange here on the third leg. As Daniel opening up its lead right now, but Lower Richland is looking good here, making the turn, as well as Wade Hampton.
Daniel, really impressive in this 4x400 so far.
Lower Richland pushing past Dreer to move into third place behind Wade Hampton and Daniel. And Daniel, an outstanding relay race being put together right now here. Excellent run by the third leg runner. Daniel, the lead now, nearly 30, maybe 40 meters. It just continues to grow each leg of this race. Now the anchor. Daniel looking for a clean exchange. They get it. Nice pass. Dreer now moving into second place. Final 300 meters. It is Daniel, it is Dreer, it is Wade Hampton, and Lower Richland. Can anyone catch Daniel? Wade Hampton moves into second place, surpassing Dreer. 200 meters remain. And Daniel still with a wide lead, 25 meters for Daniel. Daniel has put together an outstanding meet here today, but Seneca will win in the overall team standings. And Daniel trying to hold on here with 50 meters remaining. It's going to be Daniel, followed by Wade Hampton. The race is for third between LR and Dreer. It is Daniel winning the 4x400 meter relay. Wade Hampton finishes second, Lower Richland in third, and Dreer in fourth. And here is a look at your official results as Daniel celebrates the state title. Boys 4x400 3A. This is the last event of the 3A state championship competition. And the lane assignments: Berkeley in lane 1, Greer in lane 2, Bluffton is in third, Dreer in lane 4. We will see the final race of Brandon Sanders' illustrious high school career. This is it. And he will run the anchor leg, we assume, here in the 4x400. Hilton Head in lane 5, LR, Lower Richland in lane 6, South Point is in lane 7, and Myrtle Beach in lane number 8. The defending state champs, Wilson High School, not qualified for this event. But Brandon Sanders is running in the 4x400 meter relay. This is the first time that we have seen Brandon Sanders and Dreer in the 4x400.
Right, and Dreer boys have already wrapped up the 3A state championship for track and field here in 2012. So
yeah, thanks to Brandon Sanders, 20 individual points, and he also contributed in the 4x100 meter relay win for Dreer.
And we're looking at Bradford Lemons from Dreer right now, just a 10th grader. I think a kid we're going to be hearing a lot more from. Not only in track and field, he's a very good sprinter already. I mean, he gave Brandon Sanders all he wanted in the 200 earlier today. But again, from what I'm hearing, Birch, a very highly thought of football prospect, just a 10th grader, Bradford Lemons from Dreer, who will also make the all-hair team this year, Birch. So, a chance for Brandon Sanders and Dreer to really celebrate the state championship, the first team title for Dreer in boys track since the 1970s, and just a chance for Sanders to cap his high school career with one more race. Dreer doesn't have to win this race, but you know that Lemons and Sanders and Ricky Gridine and Akeem Frazier Harris, Sheldon Melvin, Josh Scott, all these boys on the Dreer track team, going to give everything they got to send Brandon Sanders out on top one last time.
Now, Brandon Sanders with 8 individual state championships, 4 state titles in the 100 meters, 4 state titles in the 200 meters. A record-setting career for Brandon Sanders, and we are underway here in the first leg of the 4x400. The fastest qualifying time put in by Dreer in lane number 4. Right now the early lead going to Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach with Eric Goings on that relay team, and Goings winning a state championship earlier today in an individual event. Now as we make the turn, we should see some change here. The inside middle lanes should be able to take advantage. I believe that's Lower Richland right now running in front. No, it's Hilton Head. So Hilton Head with the lead after the first 400 meters in the first baton exchange. Dreer has slipped back into 7th, but that should change. Right now, it's the boys from the beach. Hilton Head running 1, Bluffton running 2. And now Lower Richland pulling up. Lower Richland moving into 3rd place. South Point is in 4th. Dreer in 7th, now into 6th. Dreer trying to catch South Point. But Hilton Head, your leader right now. There's a clean exchange all around. And boy, look at Dreer here on the third leg, really kicking it in. And that might be Brandon Sanders. It is. Brandon Sanders running the third leg here for Dreer. And Brandon Sanders, just like that, has the Blue Devils in first place. Brandon Sanders, we thought he might be running anchor. He's running the third leg. And Brandon Sanders has the Blue Devils in first place.
Birch, Dreer went from sixth to first in about 500 meters. Thanks to Brandon Sanders.
Textbook technique right there for Brandon Sanders. The most decorated individual athlete in South Carolina high school sports history has just run his final event in his high school career, and he has put Dreer in first place because of that third leg by Brandon Sanders.
And this is Bradford Lemons running the anchor leg for this Dreer 4x400 meter relay team. Big advantage for the Blue Devils right now.
So Brandon Sanders passes the baton to the future of track and field at Dreer High School. The senior wrapping up his illustrious career. Hands off to the sophomore. Do you think that might be by design?
Believe it is. Believe it is, Birch.
And Lemons pulling away from the pack. And Brandon Sanders and the Dreer Blue Devils will win the 4x400 meter relay. And that is the cherry on the sundae for the illustrious career of Brandon Sanders, the most decorated high school athlete in South Carolina. And that young sophomore is spent right there, Lemons, for Dreer, as Brandon Sanders closes out his high school career with another gold medal in the team event. Let's take a look at your final results.
4x4s, we will go directly into team awards. In 8th place, at 4:13.84, Kate May. In 7th, at 4:07.88, Union County. In 6th, at 4:07.
All right, folks, this is our last event here in the 3A, 4A state championship. Taking the track, the 4A boys, 4x400 meter relay. We've got Beaufort in lane 1, Northwestern in 2. The Wildcats of Lexington leading the overall team competition right now as well. They are in lane number 3. Spartanburg in lane 4. Last year's champ, the Vikings of Spring Valley. Actually, I'm jumping ahead. We're going to the girls. So we will have our girls on the track first before the boys. So let's go back and set the stage here for you. It is Stratford in lane 1, Blythewood in 2, Beaufort in lane 3. Last year's winner, Ridgeview, and they are your favorite again. They are in lane number 4, followed by Hillcrest in lane 5. JL Mann in lane number 6. JL Mann leading in the overall competition. Colleton County out of Walterboro, South Carolina in lane number 7. And Northwestern in lane number 8. Ridgeview, the defending state champs, featuring Shakira Martin, who won an individual championship earlier in the day.
She did. She won 2 of them. She won the 100 and the 200 meters, and she'll run in this 4x400 meter relay now for Ridgeview. So regardless of what happens here for Martin, you know, she's already had a terrific day. 2 state championships under her belt already, and has helped given Ridgeview's girls a very strong showing in this 2012 state championship meet.
So this is the final girls race of this 3A, 4A state championship. And we'll have the final event of the competition coming up with the boys race next. And we are off and running here in the first 400 meters. The fastest qualifying time posted by Ridgeview at 4:02.25. Second fastest belonging to Hillcrest in lane 5 at 4:02.89. Early lead going to Colleton County in lane 7, but that's going to change once we navigate turn 3. This is when the track gets shorter for the inside and middle runners and longer for the outside. Colleton County still looking good. Actually, they have slipped now. And on the first baton exchange, it is going to be lane number 5. Hillcrest coming out with the lead, and they are neck and neck with Ridgeview. Also, Beaufort looking really strong. As well as J.L. Mann. It is J.L. Mann right there now in second place. So the second leg runner for J.L. Mann has really surged ahead for the Patriots. And J.L. Mann looking to win the overall state championship in the team points. Ridgeview now pushing forward along that back straightaway. Third and final exchange here. And a good exchange there for Union County as well in lane number 1. Third leg of this race. It still could be anybody's. It looks like Hillcrest moving into first, followed by J.L. Mann, but Blythewood making a move, or excuse me, Ridgeview making a move. Blythewood looking good also, though. Actually, Blythewood is in the lead. So it is Blythewood followed by Ridgeview. But now along that back straightaway, J.L. Mann making a move. J.L. Mann surging forward. J.L. Mann takes the lead. And Ridgeview moving past Blythewood. So it's J.L. Mann and Ridgeview. Anchor leg.
One lap for the state championship, Birch.
Yes, and boy, look, J.L. Mann, they've got Rachel Leader on their anchor leg. She's won a state championship here today, but she cannot hold the pace right now, as Hillcrest has it. And then Ridgeview. And Ridgeview trying to blaze past Hillcrest into first place. And Ridgeview does. It is Ridgeview now looking to repeat as state champs here in the 4x400. Ridgeview with a 5 to 7 meter lead now over the Rams of Hillcrest High. This one could come right down to the finish line here, Emerson. Can Hillcrest catch up? Can Ridgeview hold on? I think Ridgeview will have it.
Gonna be close.
It's going to be very tight. But the Ridgeview Blazers have it. Ridgeview repeats as state champs. Hillcrest finishes second. And J.L. Mann third. Let's take a look at your official results. All right, the final event of the day here in the Class 3A, 4A state championships on day number 2, and this is the boys 4x400 meter relay won by Spring Valley a year ago. And Emerson has our lane assignments for us. Mr. Phillips.
Beaufort will run out of lane 1. And then we have Northwestern in lane 2. There's Northwestern with the purple and gold striped tops with the purple shorts. Lexington Wildcats trying to wrap up the state team title right here. Running out of lane 3. And we have another nominee for the all-hair team here, Bert. You show up at the state championship track meet with a mohawk. You know you're going to get talked about on the SCHSL network.
That's right.
Lane 4, Spartanburg High. Spartanburg with the fastest qualifying time, 3 minutes, 21 seconds. Spring Valley runs in lane 5. Spartanburg in lane, make that Somerville in lane 6. And it'll be Greenwood, the Eagles from Greenwood High in lane 7. I believe that's Jared Jeter running the opening leg. Jeter won a state title earlier today for the Eagles. And the Dorman Cavaliers out of lane 8. Final event of the 4A boys state championship track meet.
Again, this event won a year ago by Spring Valley. The defending champs, they are running out of lane number 5. A very talented team. And we are underway here, the final event of the day here in the 3A, 4A state championship. A history-making day. And the final event here in the 4x4 100-meter relay. Spartanburg with the fastest qualifying time. We will see Nate Gordon again some point in this race. Nate Gordon, who won a state championship in an individual event earlier in the day. And it is Somerville at the line first with the first exchange. Somerville has had an outstanding day today in many of the individual events. As Somerville first, Spring Valley running in second. Somerville 1, Spring Valley 2, and Spartanburg 3. Lexington now in 4th. And Somerville will relinquish the lead to Spring Valley. Spring Valley moving into first place. Somerville in danger of falling further behind. Spartanburg moves into second. Somerville now third. Our third leg now. Indeed, it will be Nate Gordon running the anchor leg for Spartanburg. So that could be a huge advantage here for the Vikings. But Spring Valley in first. Spring Valley followed by Spartanburg. Spartanburg making a little move there on the corner. Final 80 meters here of the third leg. And Spring Valley will take the lead going into the anchor leg. Can Nate Gordon make up the distance for Spartanburg? He gets the baton cleanly, and Nate Gordon can fly, folks. But Spring Valley with a strong finisher as well. Beaufort running in third place. Coming up on the final 200 meters. Will Nate Gordon be able to catch the Spring Valley Viking?
Closing
Nate
in.
Gordon is going to close in. Nate Gordon is going to kick it into fifth gear. Can Nate Gordon make the pass along the far straightaway? Spring Valley trying to hold on. Gordon trying to catch him. This is going down to a photo finish. It is going to be Spring Valley in front of the home crowd on the home track. Just enough to hold off Nate Gordon.
Some kind of final leg by that young man from Spring Valley, knowing that Nate Gordon is coming. And Gordon just gave out, I think, last 20 meters. Spring Valley held him off. Great job by the Vikings, the host school for the state championship weekend, as they win the final event of the 4A boys track and field state championships for 2012. Everybody loves a good foot race, Bert Gently. Man, it was a good show this weekend.
It certainly was. We'll have some final thoughts, but right now let's take a look at the final results. Well, folks, thanks for joining us so much for the Class 3A and 4A State Track and Field Championships here on the SCHSL Network as Brandon Sanders from Dreher High School says goodbye to his high school career as the most decorated athlete in South Carolina athletic history. From Perrone Stadium on the campus of Spring Valley, for our entire crew with Play On Sports and the SCHSL Network, for Emerson Phillips, I am Birch Antley, saying so long from Columbia, South Carolina. We will talk to you next time.